Good morning, esteemed guests. We are very happy to welcome you, and we are still expecting a few more attendees this morning, including the Honorable Minister, who will be arriving shortly. Therefore, we kindly request your patience as we prepare to begin. Thank you so much.
عامله حاجه ما تعملوها سريع سريع.
انت فكرت تنزلها بس
نزله شنو انا قلت لك نزل البتاع ده عنده فريم ده كويس زول. يلا بعدين شيل ورا هناك وديه كده.
الكاميرا دي
شيل البتاع اللي ورا ده وديه كده. هسه الكاميرا دي موجوده انا قاعد اقول لك قبل خلي البتاع دي هنا. ده الجشاء رجعه ورا.
تمام يعني انت كنت تسوي جاي
شايف؟ وراك كده البتاع من هنا وراك هذا شغال كده ولا شغال كده. يلا ده تقفله كده يا تقفله كده.
يا بتاعي انت طويل والديك متاك انت طويل والمدى نفسي دي قصيرة.
والله هنا في النهاية يرمي حاجة برضه صعبة.
يلا الكاميرا دي كده مقفولة.
مقفولة؟ والله.
تمام هاي تمام 100 100.
أنا مش شفت في اللي نايف على الكاميرا.
الكاميرا ما دايرة.
أنا ما أقدر أظهرها. المرة بعدين لو جاي أنت تشيل كده. كده. المرة جاي كده كده كده. المرة لو جاي تكفى هنا وبعدين كده. ما تخلي ده الكاميرا تظهر كده. كده لسه واحد كده.
We are expecting the minister to arrive shortly, then we'll start. morning, everyone. We are about to start. Please be seated. You can also use the empty seats here. And I also see a few empty seats there and there. Please feel free. So it's also a networking event too. So it's good to sit next to the people we don't know yet, but we will know along the way. Okay, good morning everyone, and a very warm welcome from CARE International. It's a great honor to be with you as we gather under the theme, Transforming the Lives of Women Through Access to Financial Resources for Inclusive Development. Without further ado, I would like to invite our country director, Abel Wande, to the stage to deliver his opening speech. Abel, over to you.
The room seems to be very safe, so I don't know what we can do to just bring the energy. I struggle a little bit when the energy is very low. Because I'm a very energetic person. So what can we do to just bring the energy into the room, right? So maybe 10 next to the person seated next to you. Say something nice to them. I don't know, maybe they're looking lovely today, or maybe they're not smiling. Greet someone, say something very nice to them. Or maybe we can start with that network, right? Because I see some people are exchanging business cards. If you're coming from WOW or you're coming from a financial institution, maybe say something about the product that you're promoting today. Probably ask the person next to you if they actually have a bank account. Might actually be shocked. And if they do, maybe ask them how many bank accounts do they have. That also could be interesting. Or which bank do they actually prefer? Which product are they excited about this year? And I'm just... Alright, so now we can get settled. I see smiles. Can I ask the colleagues at the back to also get settled? Thank you. Alright. Okay, maybe we can start. Just welcome all of you and say good morning and thanks for coming. I think the issue that has brought us together today is something which is right at the heart for CARE International. And when I say CARE International, I always have to remind people that we work with a lot of women-led organizations. So when you see CARE, you're probably seeing a number of 30, 40 women-led organizations that we work very closely with. Because we believe in localization, we believe in partnership, and we believe that local solutions brought in by our women-led organizations are the ones that are really going to transform South Sudan. So, to the Honorable Minister, Benjamin Orale, Minister of Gender, thank you. I know you're busy. Aya, thank you. Thank you. I know your office is busy because it's that season when we want to challenge ourselves around the 16 days of activism. And I know there's a lot of activities going on across the country and also in Juba. So thank you for creating time to be with us. We also have our representative from Ministry of Finance. We really needed them to be here today because we're talking about money, financial services, and financial products. To my brother, Dominic, I know your office is busy. It's good to also have you here with us. Lothar, thank you for coming. Our colleagues from the EU delegation. I know I do have esteemed guests from WOW and Palian. Where you're seated, can you just wave? I know it's been long planning for this event, but really appreciate you creating time. I know I do have a lot of good friends from financial institutions. I see some of the executive directors are here. I see their representatives. I do talk to a number of them, because in most of the time when we sit, we dialogue around some of these issues that we're going to talk about today. Oh, I see my other distinct colleagues that are actually here sitting on the side. Again, I want to say good morning. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate us. So we have a number of donors that are also coming in, donor representatives that are here. Thank you again for coming, because I believe this platform, it's like a marketplace. We're coming together like a marketplace to be able to try to find solutions that are long-lasting, but actually trying to address some of the needs. You are going to hear women talking about some of the challenges that they face when it comes to accessing financial resources. And I do have also my peers, some of the current directors that are here. Emmanuel, thanks for coming. That is actually here to also, this is a huge interest to a number of them. I see some of them, they are represented by their colleagues. So again, thanks for being here. If I didn't mention you by name, it doesn't mean that I don't like you or anything. It's just that I would still come and greet you in person so that we can be able to know each other better and see how best we can work together. So colleagues, it's such an honor to invite you and to see you at this particular symposium on women, peace and security. With the topic that we have, transforming the lives of women through access to financial resources for inclusive development. And I think this particular topic, even my colleagues at K, they know it's really dear to my heart, mainly because I strongly believe that it's about time that we transform how we provide aid in South Sudan. I know my colleagues from WFP are here. Please don't think I don't want to work with you. I just believe that we need to transit from direct food handouts to look at what is more sustainable, particularly for the people of South Sudan. And I think I strongly believe that if we bring in financial transformation, we are going to have huge, massive, durable solutions to some of the problems that we are facing here. Whether it's GBV, when there's money at home, the dialogues are different. Or whether we're talking about increasing production in agriculture, if people are able to buy their inputs, they've got access to loans, they can get the inputs on time, and they're able to plant well. We are bringing in strong communities that can be able to sustain their own livelihood and activities. And opening markets also will ensure that there is good flow of money, people can be able to have buying power. And I know one of the biggest problems we have here is loans, right? And I think I was talking to Emmanuel just in the morning when we were just waiting for the guests to arrive. We were discussing issues around decolonization of the financial institution. In my country, I'm Zimbabwean by the way, you realize that if you go and you want a loan, they will tell you, can you bring in your title deeds? But then I tell them, I come from the village, and the land is owned by the government. So where do I get the title deeds from? So you realize that some of the conditions that we ask people to provide, we still need to decolonize them and put them into context of Africa. What do I have? I have 10 bulls and 2 cows. That's good enough. In my country, a bull costs $1,000. So if I've got 10 bulls, I've got 10,000 collateral, right? So that's something we can talk about, right? So why don't we think about products that are meaningful for us as Africans, or culture, right? Because if you then ask me for a title deed, the land is not mine. It's owned by the government. So I'm not able to provide that. So those are some of the things that I hope today we'll touch on. We'll look at how we can be able to make it work. I was raised by my mother, because my dad passed away a long time ago. And I know for a woman to access a loan, it's very difficult. Because everything was in my father's name. I'm happy now, I'm the bigger boy. So it's now in my name, by the way, what my father gave. But my sisters got nothing out of it, which is still a problem, right? So we have got inheritance issues going on. My father, everything was left to me. My sisters have got nothing. So now they have to come and beg me to say, can we have just a small portion? It also means that it's being trickled to the next generations, right? How can we reverse that? Right? Because I recall when my mother was still alive, she's late now. For her to access a loan, I had to come in as a signatory. Because I'm the one who inherited my father's assets. So I had to co-sign. So she could not do anything on her own. Right? Even though it was a husband who owned it, they brought these things up together. So hopefully I think the theme for today, particularly, will help us to look at some of those barriers to economic participation, particularly for women. Especially here in South Sudan, where only 4.2% of women have got access to formal financial accounts. And we are talking about a country that is, which the population for women is around 54% and only 4.2%. And if you look at that 4.2%, you might be shocked that the 4.2% only represents Juba. If you go outside Juba, the statistics may totally change. And I was debating with some of my colleagues from EcoBank, and then we realized that if you dig deep into this 4.2%, these are people that are formally employed, and the organization forces them to open bank accounts, right? So that's why they've got bank accounts. Outside that, if they're not employed, it also means they wouldn't have bank accounts. But here, we want to discuss around how do we get this unbanked population banked? What can technology do? What can we do as private, public partnership and government to actually be able to address some of these issues? And then, if you look at what statistics is also telling us, we know that in some of the countries that have had huge transformation, it's mainly because they've put women at the center, they've ensured that the women have got access to financial resources, and they're transforming communities and they're transforming their lives. So part of what we do as CARE is that we have a number of products, a number of initiatives that we've been working with, particularly with women in our rural communities. And the most important one, flagship of our program, is Village Saving and Loan, where we have tried to bring women into groups, and then they save their money. Through their savings, they can try to initiate income generating projects from what they gain. But I think there's more that we can do, because part of the feedback that we're getting is the hyperinflation. So if you put in money today, after a month or so, the value has changed. It may not be able to buy what it intended to buy. So that's some of the things that we need to look at in terms of what do we do. We have got over 5,000 women that are participating in our financial literacy program. It's getting tired very quickly. We have got over 5,000 women that are participating in our financial literacy program. So one of the things that we have learned along the way is that as much as we talk about this financial product, there is more work that is required around bringing up financial literacy. And it can be done in so many ways. In our partnership, all of us that are here, we can try to help each other to see how to, particularly women and the youth, a number of our women saving over $1 million within their VSLA groups, and we hope that one of the gaps that we start, right? The money cannot be in boxes. So if you bring it to a group of community level, you're going to see very big boxes, 3 of them, 5 locks, and the issues around security becomes an issue. If the house gets burnt, it becomes an issue. If robbers come in, they can collect all the cash and run away. But how can we help them to have a safer platform, which could be a mobile app that is on their phone, where they can ensure that their savings are secure and no one can be able to do anything to them. So on that note, I just want to invite all of you to be more attentive to the dialogues that are going to happen today. We do have 4 different categories that we are going to focus on in our discussion. There's issues around understanding what are the national level challenges that women, youth, men are facing around financial inclusion. We also dialogue around what technology and innovation can do, particularly here in South Sudan, where the traditional way of banking requires a bank to open a branch in a specific location and people come and open a bank account. But that may not be easy here, right? But what is it that we can use to still be able to access people with financial services? Probably that's where technology, doing entrepreneurial work in different locations, they'll tell us about, and I'm also happy some of the donors are here. Part of the dialogue that we want to do is to be able to see different initiatives that we can have, particularly working with financial institutions to require small loans to be able to either start up the business or small loans for them to be able to expand their operations and businesses, with a strong belief that some of the products that you see on display, they're international products. I see the honey that is produced here, the shea butter that is produced here is of a high quality, right? It can actually lend very well on the export market. But we're still struggling to get some of these products out. Maybe it's an issue around, more training, more learning in terms of packaging, in terms of certification which might be required for them to penetrate markets. We can't continue to be an economy that highly relies on importation. We also now need to start thinking about what can we export. And our people are doing an amazing job, by the way. They've gone very far. But you see, our biggest problem is that the scale is very small. So the produce are very small because they're only targeting the local market. But what is it that we can do to help them to target the bigger market? So on that note, I would want to say welcome. Today, this is your house. Feel free to talk. We'll try to make sure that the program is as much interactive as possible. We've also tried to bring in very intelligent people who are going to be part of the panel discussions. They've got bigger insights, better than me, in terms of what are some of those issues that are hindering us to get the unbanked banks to have the right financial products and financial services that are required in South Sudan. And they'll tease us with their knowledge. But it's now up to us to ask more questions, more inquiry. It's up to us to also look at how best we can have meaningful suggestions. And hopefully, through network and interaction, we will spend a bit of time to also understand what are some of the products on the market. Because one thing that I've learned just this morning, I realized that most of the banks that are out there, they've gone very far to look at developing specific products for women. Right? Low interest rates is a way of opening a bank account and ensure that they can access these services just like men. So hopefully, we have a moment also to learn about this product and find a bank.
Please now join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Genge. Over to you.
Thank you very much, MC, Honorable Minister, Ayawarile, distinguished donors present, the Country Director, CARE International, South Sudan, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yes, protocol-wise, the minister cannot speak before me. We are very concerned with all these protocols. Yes, so once she speaks, I can no longer speak. That's why I have to come before her. Thank you, CARE International, for the invitation to attend this very important occasion. On behalf of the chairperson, Honorable Garwich Peter Kulang of the Relief and Rehabilitation Commission, and my own behalf as the Chief Registrar of NGOs, I'm exceedingly honored and proud of CARE International, like all other partners in South Sudan, about the unending support that you tend to our vulnerable people and complementing the policies and the work of the government of South Sudan. vis-a-vis your response, humanitarian response in various thematic areas. Looking at the theme, transforming the lives of women through access to financial resources for inclusion, development. Also, would like to add on issues of peace, security, and development. I think, country director, you would have also added development there, because peace, security, development go hand in hand. Notably, the country is undergoing transformation or paradigm shift. We are talking of the triple nexus, notably humanitarian assistance. We talk. So this is very important. Such to attend the graduation of persons living with disabilities. We learned a lot from the training. Of course, there are issues of financial literacy, management, and security. In fact, they're giving loans. I recommended that we don't give cash at hand. We don't give cash to persons living with disabilities because there is a threat. If they carry this money home, what is the guarantee that it will be safe? What is the guarantee that they will manage it well without being robbed based on their conditions? The same women in South Sudan have gone through a lot. As I speak today, I come from a family where a mother, a single mother and a widow, 35 years now, has managed to raise us based on her resilience, skills, and the strength of a woman. Whenever I see organizations empowering women, I'm the happiest person because, as I mentioned, I know what women go through, especially in situations like ours in South Sudan. We need to empower women. We need to train them financial literacy. Now, looking at our partners in the private sector, we are talking about the triple P, the public-private partnership. We urge corporate responsibility as a means of empowering women because they drive the economy of countries. We need to train women on home economics. We need to train women because, in fact, by nature, women are our banks at home. Time and time again, we hear of irresponsible men who get money and then they spend time outside, maybe on alcohol, on doing other things which are not beneficial to them, to the family. But a woman is always at home to see to it that the man comes home, he finds food. Food is there for the children, even for relatives, especially in our context, the African context, and South Sudan. How generous we are, generosity of our people across the different cultural divide tells it all. You know, we share. South Sudanese share. But we need to train women on how to share the meager resources at our disposal. And to our donors and partners, our major challenges range from trainings, capacity building, access to market. These women you see here, and those ones who are not here, have different talents and skills, but they don't have access We need to access them. We need to dig deep into the villages where these hidden talents are and the skills, so that we can build their capacity and we can work in complementarity with the government to ensure there is access to market. Again, at the Relief and Rehabilitation Commission, we are talking about the localization policy. Just to end my remarks, we are talking about the localization policy, whereby our partners need to build the capacity of the local NGOs. As a registrar, we took it upon ourselves. Most of the organizations were women-led organizations. We waive the processing fee because they don't have that resources. If you have any idea of starting up an organization, come to me. As I mentioned, I'm a son of a single mother and a widow. I understand your needs. When you come to me, I feel you. I feel your concern. With these few remarks, thank you very much and nice deliberation.
Thank you, Mr. Genge, for your thoughtful remarks, as well as it was very inspiring, especially for the NGO workers like us. Now, it is real time for my privilege to call upon Honorable Aya Benjamin Libo, Minister Barrel, the Minister of Gender, Child and Social Welfare, to share her keynote address. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister.
Good morning. With the permission of the High Table, allow me to stand on the already established protocol. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today at this National Symposium on Women, Peace and Security. Under our theme, Transforming the Lives of Women through Access to Financial Resources for Inclusive Development. We gather here united by a shared vision. A vision that recognizes women as pivotal agents in the journey towards peace, security, and sustainable development. We are here to assert once again that the empowerment of women is not just a moral imperative, but a critical necessity for thriving societies. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this symposium speaks directly to the heart of this mission. Access to financial resources is a cornerstone of empowerment. When women have access to tools and support they need to manage their finances, they can uplift not only themselves, but their families and communities. Financial independence increases confidence, enhances decision-making power, and enables women to break free from the cycle of poverty and dependence. Moreover, when women flourish, society as a whole benefits. Studies have shown that gender equality contributes to economic growth, peace, and resilience. As we navigate the complexities of this pressing issue, we must recognize the challenges that still lie ahead of us. Globally, women remain disproportionately affected by economic obstacles, social norms, and systematic barriers that limit their access to financial resources. In South Sudan, women are still lacking access to credit, property rights, and necessary financial literacy, which restrain their potential and silence their voices. It is now more vital than ever that we all work collaboratively. Government, civil society, organizations, private sector leaders, and international partners to dismantle these barriers and promote inclusive strategies that encompass the unique needs and aspirations of women. I like the way Mr. Wande has said it. It's a market. You tell us what you have and you get what you don't have. So this is a very good opportunity for all of us here. For policies that foster equitable access to finance, entrepreneurship, and create supportive environment for women to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, today as we engage in discussions, share insights, and forge partnership, let us keep in mind the personal stories of women who navigate these challenges daily. And I'm happy because the two men that spoke have lived in an environment where a woman, I feel good when, well, it is a sad story, but bringing up men like you is very important for this, for us to continue with this journey. Let us amplify the voices of these women. Let us honor their resilience, and let us commit ourselves to actionable steps that drive change. Our proactive engagement in transforming lives ensures that women are no longer seen as passive beneficiaries, but as active contributors to development, peace, and security. In conclusion, I invite you all to reflect on what each of us can do, individually and collectively, to reshape the narrative around women and finance. Let us harness the collective wisdom in this room to forge solutions that ensure a future where all women can access the resources and opportunities they deserve. I want to thank all of you for being here and for your commitment to this cause. Let us move forward with purpose and unity as we seek to transform lives and build a more inclusive, equitable world for all of us. I thank you. And with these few remarks, allow me to declare this meeting officially open. May God bless you, and may God bless us.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your invaluable insights and for your leadership. Before we proceed, we will give only for 3 minutes break for the group photo when Minister is here, and then we will continue with our program. So I invite everyone to the stage for the group photo, please. Thank you.
Quá là dạng như đó rồi. Okay, thank you.
Yes, please join us for the group photo. Okay, everyone here, please. So let's make it quick and we continue with our very exciting program. Okay, everyone, pause now. Hair colleagues, please also join. colleagues, please be seated. We move forward. A big thanks to all of our distinguished speakers this morning for their very insightful remarks and for setting the stage for today's discussions. Yes, I'm just giving a minute for everyone who's taking their copies to be seated again. And now it is my honor to invite our guest speaker, Mr. Lothar Yashke, the Deputy Head of the EU Delegation, to share his perspective with us. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Yashke to the stage.
Sabah al-Khir, Salam alaikum. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation, for having me as a guest speaker here. I wanted to say, dear Honourable Minister, her spirit is with us, I hope. Also the country director, but thank you very much for inviting me. Ladies and gentlemen, and members of the high-level panel that is coming after me, care always cares, and it was like this all through my career. So very happy that I can be here. Also because it's just one day after the Human Rights Day. I think it's also a human rights issue that we're discussing today. And today is day 17 of the 16-day campaign of against gender-based violence. Allow me some general remarks. Gender equality and human rights are at the heart of the European Union foreign policy, and I talk from the European Union point of view. The Women, Peace, Security agenda is being incorporated in different EU policies and action plans, and it's part of all internal and external European Union policies. We support the UN's policy drive to place women and gender equality at the heart of peace and security. The Women, Peace and Security agenda is central to contemporary global peace and security challenges. We support women's and youth equal, full, effective and meaningful participation in all spheres of public and political life. A substantial increase in women's leadership and participation in all aspects of peace and security is necessary for the sustainable resolution of conflicts and crises, including in the very important strategic policy documents that South Sudan has adopted last week in the security sector conference, like the white paper on defense. Women need to be included in the DDR process and the security sector reform. Simply, women are better peacemakers. We are concerned, but then we are also concerned about the disproportionate effect that armed conflicts continue to have on women and girls worldwide, as well as the prevalence of sexual and gender-based violence. There is a worldwide backlash against women and girls' full and equal enjoyment of human rights, in particular targeting women human rights defenders, women journalists, and women peace builders. And there is overall, I think, human rights, the rule of law, democracy is under pressure. There is a backlash that unfortunately we witness to continue. And we have to stand up, advocate for it every single day. These principles without one sacred are not sacred, they are sacred, but they are not a given, and we have to stand up and fight for it every day. They are very fragile. So we need to strengthen, our partner is the civil society. We need to strengthen collaboration with civil society to address these trends. Civil society organizations, women-led organizations, many are in the room. Thank you very much for the work you're doing. women human rights defenders, very brave women, and women peace builders play a vital role in realizing change and commitments of the agenda. They often face specific security threats, intimidation and harassment, and deserve our recognition, support and protection. And I would like to pay a special tribute to all these brave women who put out not only their time and their health, but sometimes also their life to defend the enjoyment of human rights for us all. In Juba, we, the European Union delegation, we have adopted a CLIP. It's the so-called country-level implementation plan that transforms the European Union Global Plan, the European Union Gender Action Plan, on the ground, and that puts women leadership, women empowerment, and the fight against gender-based violence at its core. To advance the women peace and security agenda in South Sudan, the European Union wants to address policy gaps among South Sudan stakeholders through regular dialogue. And I think Minister is not here, but we will also engage the government to encourage them to continue and to finalize the work on the action plan of implementing the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 from the year 2000. It's a very important, it's actually the basis of what we are doing concerning women, security and peace. And it will have, was adopted in 2000, so it will have 25 years next year. There will be a jubilee and there will be a lot of advocacy around it. I suppose we think it's a good time for the government or for the institutions in South Sudan to finalize the work. It has to be agreed by the parliament and the cabinet and be launched. So that would be a very good moment. We support the microphone. No, we support. We also support women empowerment through a grant. It was 6.7 million euro, supported 17 different organizations, including 10 organizations from South Sudan, including on the issues we're talking about, on microfinance and start-up financial activities, and then training through TBAT, and so on. Well, thank you very much for the patience that you listened to me. I tried to outline the importance of this, the broader agenda of women, peace and security. I didn't go very much into detail of access to microfinance, but as the minister said, it is very, very important. I think women are better, not only better peacemakers, but also better money managers. And I think it's, if we can enhance their capacities to have access to finance and to manage the money, everybody, the family, the whole communities would benefit from that. And this discussion will take place now. I'm also staying here and listen with interest to the high-level panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yashke, for your insightful and very inspiring speech. As we reflect on the principles of UN Security Council 1325, we should be reminded of the critical role of the financial inclusion plays in advancing women's economic empowerment and participation in the peace-building process. Access to economic resources from care side is not only a fundamental need, but it's also a pathway to fostering the gender equality and sustainable peace in South Sudan. Therefore, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to EU for their invaluable support in promoting financial inclusion and peace in South Sudan and ensuring that human and vulnerable communities are empowered to contribute meaningfully to their societies. Moving forward, I also want a big round of applause for Mr. Yashke, please. Thank you. Now, we will move forward with our first panel, which is Collaborative Solutions, State-Private Sector Synergy. In this session, we will explore the challenges and opportunities for expanding the financial inclusion in South Sudan. Mainly, we will will be focusing on the innovative partnership between the private sector, government, and the communities. What we aim to do is to identify the practical solutions mainly for overcoming the barriers for financial access, of course, especially for women, girls, and youth. Before I begin, I will ask my care colleagues to set the stage for our three guests first. Care colleagues, can you please help us to set the seats here? Okay, once we are beginning, I'm delighted to introduce and invite our very first speakers to the stage. Representing the voices of businesswomen from WOW and Parian. And please join me welcoming Mrs. Ehsan Hassan from Parian, Mrs. Angelina Uku and Agum Andrea from WOW. Can we please take you to the stage? Please have a seat. So, thank you very much, Mrs. Hassan, Ms. Uku, and Ms. Andrea for sharing your experiences with us today. Your voices and perspectives will be essential for our conversations today. So, let me start by welcoming Mrs. Ehsan Hassan from Parian. So, basically, you are a dedicated entrepreneur whose resilience and determination are paving the way for the business women in your community. So, Mrs. Hassan, as a businesswoman in Parian, what are the biggest challenges that you face accessing financial resources in your business? And very briefly, how do you think this partnership could address these barriers? You can just set the stage for us for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I will talk in Arabic. I'm looking for someone to translate.
Can we have someone here?
Once we determine who is the best translator in the room, I want to continue with Mrs. Angelina Uku, not to lose time. So, Mrs. Angelina Uku, who brings very valuable experience as a business leader in your region, so I want to ask you, what opportunities do you see in leveraging tools like mobile money to expand your business operations, especially in a place like WOW?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Angelina from Western Bahar and Ghazali State, WOW. I'm the Director General in the Ministry of Peace Building, and we are working in collaboration with the CARE and the other line ministries, gender. So for women business activities in WOW, the activities that CARE is doing is encouraging women to save their money, which is VSNA, And we saw women, they lack access to continue doing this activity in terms of lack of access to resources. That is mainly the capital to start their activities in order to do VCD. And also generally in the town, we found that women are playing a big role in the small business, and the place where they are practicing it is they are putting their products on the ground. Those are the challenges they are facing. They don't have the proper place to display their products. And also few of them, they have a shop for clothes, and also the food materials, we can say crops. So those are the challenges facing women, and also they have challenges of that is socio-economic and the cultural norms that prevent them to practice their activities. And also we can find out that the women in these activities, they started saving the VCLA activities in the middle of this year, and also they have some of them they have account, and some of them they don't have knowledge about saving accounts, so they need to be empowered in order to understand how they can save their money and how they can control their money and how they can do the process of saving in the state. And the other obstacles also, we can find that the family burden on the women that are doing a business. So most of their money, they put it in a family care, and also for the school feeding, for the school fee for the children. So the capital that they have is not enough to cater for all these responsibilities. Even health, they cater for the health of the family. Those are some of the challenges facing women, and we urge that the care and the other donors, they should support women in terms of empowerment, financial empowerment, and they also support them financially or in kind, so that they can move forward with their activities of economic activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelina. Your perspective mainly underscored us the importance of the saving mechanisms and creating new opportunities, especially regions like WAO. And it's also very valuable that you also highlighted the gender burden, that women are also investing their money in the families. Now I want to get back to Mrs. Hassan again. Now we have the translator, and I want to remind everyone my brief question. I wanted to hear from Mrs. Hassan, as a businesswoman in Parian, what are the biggest challenges you face in accessing the financial resources in your business? And how do you think partnerships could address these barriers? So if you can just set the stage for us briefly. Thank you.
أسلم عليكم كل الحضور الموجود هنا. في بداية اليوم our partner كان organization كل الحضور بالمقامات بتاعه، أنا بحفظ مكان بتاعه.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Irene Artisio. I'm going to be your translator for today. Although I'm not all that perfect, but you know, so she was saying that she is so grateful for today, for our partners, and for the government officials present in place and all the stakeholders.
أنا بتكلم عامة عن مساوينا شغالين تجارة في باريا.
I would like to speak generally on behalf of women who are doing business in Parian state.
في مقدمة بتاع الكلام طبعا نحن النسوان في باريا في بداية بتاع الكلام النسوان في باريا.
At the first place, I would like to say women in Parian
هم شغالين كويس خالص في التجارة بتوعهم.
They are doing so much in terms of their business,
especially نساوينا القاعدين يبقوا دعم من كير.
Especially women who get support from Care International.
لأنه كير عمل النسوان صناديق صغير نسوان بتاع فارغ استفادوا من الصناديق ده وهم عملوا بيه بيزنس بتوعهم.
Because Care managed to make a community initiative for women that supported them to save money and start their businesses.
من التجارة اللي عملناها ده في نساوين عندهم الحاجات البسيطة زي دبوة زي ويكا الحاجات اللي بيستخدموها في اليوم العادي بتاع البيت.
From the savings that they got, they have managed to make small-scale businesses that is supporting them currently in terms of family basis.
في نسوان عندهم مطاعم.
There are some women who have developed to be having some restaurants, local restaurants.
في نسوان عندهم بوتيك.
There are others who have gotten boutiques and salons.
Yes. النساوين شغالين. They are doing well.
Generally, women are doing well in Parian.
But we have, oh sorry.
We are doing well, but we have some 2 to 3 challenges.
كلكم بتعرفوا فارغ ده هي في الحدود مع السودان.
We all know Parian that we are at the border with Sudan.
وحدود مع Unity State.
And we are also the borders with Unity State.
And Upper Nile.
And Upper Nile as well.
And area ده.
So the area itself.
نحن قاعدين نعاني من فيضانات.
We do have a challenge of floodings.
نحن قاعدين نعاني من insecurity.
We have a challenge of insecurity.
الحدود بتاعت السودان طبعا نحن يعني we are far away from Juba. بضاعة بتاعنا قاعدين يجيبوها من السودان.
Yeah, so most of the importations that they got is from Sudan, and then they find a challenge because they are very far from Juba. So it becomes hard to get your imports in time.
ونحن كلنا بنعرف الوضع الموجود فوق السودان الفترة الأخيرة.
And then we also know the situation spoke about that they don't have.
يعني أنا بدي مثل عندنا مرة من شغل بتاعتي.
She said that, for example, there's a lady who saved her money and then she had to buy a border so that of the insecurity of keeping the money with you. So she had to buy a border because she couldn't save it due to no banks.
فالمطلوب من كير مع الناس اللي بيدعموا المنظمات اللي بيدعموا النسوان.
What we request from all the partners and the stakeholders around who support women.
هم ما يجيبوا من support اللي قاعدين يعملوه لنا.
You shouldn't stop with the support you're giving to us.
لأنه الدعم اللي قاعدين يعملوه ده يعني خلى ناس كتير يستفادوا منه بالذات النساوين مع عيال بتوعهم الصغار.
Because the support we're getting has really improved our lives of women and their children.
فبرضه كمان بنتمنى إنه الحكومة يكون فيه ناس بتاع البنك يكونوا موجودين عشان هم عادة لقيت يفتحوا لنا بنك صغير النساوين يقدروا يحطوا فوق حاجات بتوعهم.
She's encouraging that the banks who are around, it's a high privilege, so you can look into Ruang to open banks to make the savings safer for them.
برضه بنتمنى إنه يكون في سلام عشان إنه النسوان يكونوا مستقلين وهم يقدروا يمشوا قدام في التجارة بتوعهم.
We also pray for peace so that the businesses go in a very peaceful way.
في نهاية الكلام بتاعي أنا بشكر كير لأنه وقف معنا وساعدنا.
In conclusion, I would like to thank CARE for the support they are giving from day one up to today.
Even our Minister of Gender, أنا برضو كمان بدي له الشكر بتاعه لأنه هو وفر لنا الأرض نحن نعمل فوق السوق، لكن إحنا ما لاقينا دول اللي بيجي يبني لنا السوق ده أو بيساعدونا في بناء بتاع السوق.
And she's also thanking the Minister of Gender for providing the land for them that they do their businesses, although it's not yet constructed to the standards.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hassan, for sharing those very important insights. So basically, we noted the business drop in Ruben because of the flood and insecurity. And I think our colleagues from the private banks, they also noted your feedback about the need of the financial tools, digital tools in Ruben because of the lack of the physical banks there. And your experiences really highlighted the critical need for collaboration and the innovative solutions to address the barriers faced by women entrepreneurs and business women in Parian. It was very inspiring for us to hear, and now we will navigate these challenges with such determination and we will keep working on them. Next, I want to welcome Mrs. Agum Andrea from WAO, whose entrepreneurial journey reflects the strength and creativity of the women in South Sudan. So, Andrea, from your perspective, what kind of partnerships between the private sector and government would have the greatest impact on the small businesses like yours? Can you set the stage for us for like 2 or 3 minutes? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Victoria Agumaja. I'm from State Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare. Wow. I'm Bashir Maluk Mukulu. I'm Ministry of Gender, Makera.
I greet you all. I would like to speak
I'm going to call on the relationship between Ministry of Gender, Makera, Kambada Mite.
I'm going to speak about the relationship with CARE and Minister of Gender.
CARE بدأ في 2019 في برنامج بتاع health program.
CARE started in 2019 with the program of health program in WAO.
بعد ما health program انتهى قام عمل برنامج بتاع GBV.
After the health program ended, they went on with the program of GBV.
وفي البروجرام ده عمل مراكز كتير في different locations أحياء كتير في واو.
And within the program, they did a lot of initiatives in different areas in WAO.
وفي شغل بتاعنا معهم يعني لقينا إنه beneficiaries كتار في أحياء مختلفة استفادوا شديد من شغل بتاع CARE.
And in our partnership with them, there are a lot of people who have benefited.
بالذات في how to handle the cases and referral and psychosocial support, PFA, لحد ما هم بيوصل لمرحلة بتاعت بعد ما
people have gotten ways of the referral pathways and also the psychosocial supports.
وكل المنظمات اللي في واو الشغال ببرنامج بتاع GBV بيعملوا referral cases بتاعهم في one stop center في واو teaching hospital.
And all other NGOs in WAO that also operate in the same thematic areas of GBV also have their referrals in one stop center.
فكير بعد ما الكلاين يلقى كل services بتاعه بيعمل small business زي أنجلينا أخوه يتكلم فيه عمل له psychosocial support وفي في قروش بيقولوا لهم أنا شنزول بيصلح في حالة بتاعه الاقتصادي.
So after that, the psychosocial support care normally supports with some small-scale business so that you continue with your livelihood.
فالمشكلة كان بيجينا في وزارة طوارئ نسوان بيقولوا إنه زول لما يعمل بيزنس بتاعه لما هو بيجيب قروش قال راجل بيجي يشيل منه قروش ده بقول جيبوا هنا قال ده بمسك قروش ده بعمل شنو بقروش كلين نمسك قروش أنا راجل تابع.
So one of the challenges that women are facing in WAO is that once you get your small-scale business and you do it, so the profit when you bring it back due to no banks you can't save it. When you get it back home, your husband says that he's supposed to keep it safe, so it becomes a challenge.
في واحد من النسوان اللي زاروا مساحة كبير بعد ما فول وحاجات بتاعه كله طلع دورة ويجيب حاجاته كله خزنه في بيت. راجل قال له كلمني جيب لك زول يبيعوا لك لما باعوا حاجات ده ويشيلوا قروش مشى يزوج بمرة ثانية يجيبوا له في بيت.
So there's an incident whereby a lady made she did farming. So all the harvest that she got it back home, and the husband was like, let me get for you somebody to come and sell this so you can get the profit. So after selling the money, he went and got married with it to a second wife.
فلما المرة بقى سألوا لقيت بعمل حاجة زي قال أخوي ده كان مات من بدري وما في زول جيب له مرة اسم بتاع سدير ودو عشان اسم بتاع ما بوزو يعني كنت كده أنا ببورو منك بس أجاده لكن سنة جاء أنا بودي لك بريتا بزارة تاني.
So when the woman in the house asked that why are you doing this, we decided that we're going to sell and get the profit. He said that he's the only son in the family, and then if he doesn't remarry two to three wives, his name will perish, so he has to marry.
فمنظمة بتاعك ما قصر كل ما نسوان بتاعنا بتاع وستن بارغازار عمل لهم تريننج في capacity building في ناس ثانيين عملوا لهم تريننج أو في شغل بتاع business بقى كتير لما في نسوان البعض وبمسكوا قروش كويس وبقول قروش في بنك وكده لازات للراجل.
So Kenya has supported so much women in WOW with small-scale businesses to the extent that women are now doing well, but it's only still we are having a challenge of keeping the money safe.
ففي فترة طويلة الكير اشتغل معنا كمينستري يعني شغل كان جميل شديد وريبورت قاعد بيجينا كويس بس التشالنجز يا في المجال أنا ذكرته ده.
In the period we worked with CARE in partnership with CARE with the Ministry of Gender, things have been good except that the challenges that she said 1, 2, 3, which mentions lack of banks to keep the money safe.
فحسين في عندنا في وقت في سيكوريتي كويس من زمن الحاكم بتاعنا الفات سارة كليتو وده إشارة كبير يعني سيكوريتي كان كويس نسوان بيتحركوا بمشوا بزروا في بلد وبيجوا في مدينة يعني كان ماشي كويس up to now سيكوريتي كويس والناس ماشيين كويسين.
So in terms of security, I would like to thank our Honorable Sarah. Since she got into the seat, there's a lot of security is getting well. People have access to go and cultivate into far away from the farms, the houses.
فهسي النسوان الزوروا في السنة ده النسوان يزوروا أكثر من الرجال وقاعدين يعملوا ترتيبات للتسجيل بتاعيات بتاعهم في المدارس في الحروان.
So this year women cultivated more than men and they got a lot of benefit. They're even paying their children school fees.
فأنا بتمنى في فترة الجاية إن شاء الله من شهر واحد للسنة الجديدة أنا بتمنى إنه كير يكون ماشي يعني نسمينا بالكير بتاعنا بتاعه خلاص بروجكت بتاعه ماشي جديد لكن الدونرز بتاعهم هنا ده كلهم يسمعوا كويس كل كونتراكت ده يمشي عشان هنا النسوان ما نواجه فقر في الأسر بتاعنا عشان نمسك عيال بتاعنا بطريقة كويس. شكرا جزيلا.
So in conclusion, she said that the project that is running right now with CARE is almost ending, but she's requesting the donors around in the house that they may elongate or get back into the second phase so we can continue working together.
Thank you, Mrs. Andrea, for also especially emphasizing the achievements that the women in your community made. I think the women in this venue now feeling very proud for our sisters back in WOW. Before we move on, I just would like to remind everyone in the audience that we will have a dedicated question and answer session later today. Therefore, I'm pretty sure you have tons of questions, but please feel free to hold on to them, and we will ensure that all your questions will be addressed during the interactive session. And your inputs and reflections are very welcome. We are really eager to hear them. Now we will have a sharp 15 minutes coffee break, and then we will continue with our panelists afterwards. Thank you so much. especially particularly for women and girls. And I want to ask you if you heard that only 6% of adults in South Sudan have access to formal financial accounts, compared to 44 in Eastern Africa, and while the global average is 69%. And among women, the disparity is even more worse, with only 4.2% of women aged 15 plus owning a financial account compared to 7.7 for men. And as we will be talking now, the mobile money, which has a transformative potential, remains very underutilized, with only 8% of adults in South Sudan using the mobile money, far below the regional average, which is 33%. Women and rural communities have more than 30% less likely to access the digital financial tools in their urban male counterparts. These figures are highlighting us the urgency of the innovative partnerships needed between the government, private sector, and the civil society to bridge the gap and empower the women economically. Therefore, today's discussion will dive into these opportunities and strategies. And now please join me welcoming Mrs. Victoria Otenyo, who is the Managing Director of Alpha Commercial Bank. Mrs. Val Ambrosetic, the Chief of Operations of Embrush. Mrs. Caroline Embru, the Head of Cooperations Consultancy and Cooperatives at Cooperative Bank. Mr. Yasin Kadafi, the Head of Payments in EcoBank. And unfortunately, we were expecting the Honorable Minister for the East Central Equatorial State, Madame Huda, but unfortunately she is not here with us due to uncontrollable reasons. Therefore, she delegated it to Mr. Ayakobani, who is the Director for Gender in State Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare, Central Equatoria. Okay, thank you so much, panelists, for joining us today. So let's begin the discussion by exploring some innovative solutions to advance the financial inclusion in South Sudan. So, Mr. Otenyo, I want to start with you. As we just heard from the women and Bao and Parian, right? One of the biggest challenges they face is accessing the financial resources and financial tools in their businesses. So, from your perspective, as the Managing Director of Alpha Commercial Bank, what do you see as the biggest obstacle in order to achieve the financial inclusion in South Sudan, and how can we collaborate solutions to address these barriers?
So, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, to be talking about women and how we can promote women's financial inclusion in South Sudan. Perhaps before I just get to answer your question, if you don't mind, I'll just talk about some of the products that Alpha Commercial Bank offers, and then thereafter I'll answer your question. So, Alpha Commercial Bank was actually the first bank that set up an account specifically for women, and that is the INRA account. In that account, we realized that a lot of women were actually not banking because they felt that banking services were expensive. So we waived the legal fees on that account. We also made account opening as easy as possible. So when you come in, the requirements for account opening
are really very low. We do free inter-account transfers on that account, which we don't do on other accounts, by the way. We give foreign attractive exchange rates where possible, and we have a dedicated relationship manager for that account. We have seen that account growing significantly, and I want to tell you that women in Juba and other areas of this country are coming up very fast to look at what banks can do for them. I do agree with Mr. Abel, the country director. We can look at gold, Dahab, because most women have gold, and see how we can, look at the value of that and lend to women. As far as VSLAs and cooperatives are concerned, we also have an account specifically for VSLAs and cooperatives, known as the Rabita account. This Rabita account is a savings account that allows you to deposit your money and withdraw your money easily and effectively. We also have a digital application for the Rabita account. So we are ahead of the discussions that are taking place here. And under that, we have an app called M-Rabita. And in the M-Rabita account, you're able to withdraw your money and deposit your money digitally. As far as digital financial services are concerned, we have, as Alpha Commercial Bank, leveraged on digital platforms to extend banking services to women in remote locations. The way we do that is that we have partnered with MTN. We're one of the few banks that have partnered with MTN to offer what we call a push and pull service for account holders. So what happens is, when you have some money, you're able to push it into your account using a digital platform, and when you need it, pull it out. That, ladies and gentlemen, offers a very big change in the way banking can take place in this market. I want to remember my sister from Pariang, who mentioned that the issue around insecurity in Pariang is such that they are not able to save their money in banks. But I want to tell you that now, with our partnership with MTN, who is now an agent, who offers the agency, we are able to deposit your money through the agency, and then whenever you need it, you just pull it into Momo and push it out through Momo. I also want to remember my sister Agum, who was talking about acceleration and how the money was taken by the husband. I think Agum, in this case, if you take up our mobile money app, to save your money in the phone. So we need to encourage our women to look at, Momo, to look at these kind of platforms to be able to save their money. In as far as capacity building is concerned, we as a bank have done a lot to build capacity for the women. The way we do that is through training. We have trainings every Saturday, and we come up with cohorts. So what we do is that we offer financial training, and the effect of that is to equip women with skills that they're then able to, handle the VSLAs better. So currently we are on the third cohort of training, and we have partnered with a Crest Online University. So by the time that you graduate from the training, you actually have a certificate. As far as strategic partnerships are concerned, Alpha Commercial Bank has partnered with UN Women, and we work with UN Women in rolling out the activities that they may have. So from a success story perspective, Alpha Commercial Bank has supported over 100 SMEs and cooperatives in offering access to markets through exhibitions. In South Sudan, we have sponsored women to the last East African meeting that we had. So we're also very keen to look at environmental training and to teach women on how to conserve the environment, and we have been doing that. So just coming back to your question on what the challenges are with respect to government entities?
Yes. So basically I wanted you to set the stage for us. What do you think the biggest challenge that women face in accessing the financial resources, especially in the rural areas like Thailand?
Okay. So I think as was enumerated earlier, one of the biggest issues obviously is political instability. That definitely is a hindrance. You also have infrastructure challenges where banks are concentrated in Juba, they're not in the field locations. We have low financial literacy amongst the women, and basically limited access to technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. So basically, these were very insightful remarks, and obviously breaking the barriers will indeed require strong partnership and innovation. And I'm sure the audience will also have questions about the products you already mentioned, especially tailored for the women. And as the next one, I wanted to turn to you, Mr. T, because especially our guests from WOW and Pariang also highlighted the potential of the mobile money as a tool to expand their businesses, right? So can you please tell us, how is Embrush and the mobile money companies like yours, considering the Embrush is a lead in the sector, addressing the infrastructural and cultural barriers to mobile money adaptation? And what unique opportunities do you see for empowering women and youth, especially in the areas like Pariang?
Thank you so much. I have the mic already. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be invited here. My name is Mo Ambrose Rintik. I'm the Chief Operation of Embrush. Embrush is 5.5 years old in this country. It's a pioneering company, a South Sudanese indigenous environment company that was developed in order to address issues of what we are really seeking here. Access to cash, but also empower women and youth. But we have challenges. There are 3 challenges. One of them is natural, and we have heard from here that there are floodings, there are no access to some areas in the country. We have man-made, and man-made, I want to speak about it later on when I'm coming to the financial institution in this country. And there are cultural mindset. The cultural mindset, like the one we have heard from the lady who came to WOW, where the man, the gentleman, after her hard work and harvesting, he took the money and went and married a second wife or a third one. These are some of the challenges that we face. These 3 challenges are very, very important to be addressed. And we in the Embrush company, we have come to differentiate between transactions and payment. A transaction is exchange services and goods, but payment is when you are using a conduit. And that could be a check, that could be a wallet, that could be a debit card, and that could be, so there are things that we have to separate. And I hope the financial institution will understand this and find a solution to access to cash. What we have done as an innovative company which has won the award this year, the most innovative company through the Chamber of Commerce Award, we have introduced a new term which is called M-Sanduk, a mobile Sanduk, and that was a collaboration between Embrush and the UNDP. And M-Sanduk is a fund or a coffer in Arabic, and mobile Sanduk means that the women can, instead of collecting their funds in physically somewhere, where there is a risk of breaking it or stealing it. Now this one is put in a wallet. So these are kind of cooperative women associations, and we know that culturally, this is what I was saying, the cultural mindset, we are changing the manual sanduk, which is the normal thing that a lot of women do here, into a virtual sanduk. And that means the money will be kept safe, and they can use it for betterment of their businesses. The UNDP project, and that's what we have heard, UNDP is an abbreviation for an entity worldwide that is supposed to help in development. So they have helped youth and women in many parts of South Sudan, and we have worked with them. Now, this has increased the productivity in agriculture. And I want to say that most of the women, as we have heard them talking here, they are using like peanut butter, the powdered weka from the product of the, what they call, this is an East African original plant, bamia, okra. So these are the most things that women use, and sorry, go on now. And that means in order to reach these women and youth, we have to go to them. They can't come to town to us. And this is where actually the mobile money is an invention, an African invention that is addressing this issue. Of course, we do not do this business ourselves. We work with telecos, we ride on telecos, and that means we use Zain, MTN, and Digital in order to do the payment solutions that we offer. That means we go together hand in hand. It is foot and leg. You can't use mobile money where there is no infrastructure, telecommunication infrastructure. That's very important. So we cooperate with the telecommunications, and I appeal to all these telecommunications, whether this is MTN or Digital or any other, in order to apply the interoperability principle. That means all the services can be accepted to go through the telecos. Leveraging on partnership, I said we work with the humanitarian organizations who are disbursing millions of dollars every year. As we speak with you, we are going to WOW and Akon to disburse money. And so it's very important for us to collaborate with this. And these are the challenges, of course. It needs a change of mindset and so on. So what we need from the government, we need the government to increase the infrastructure, the network coverage. There is a universal service, which is a principle with the National Communication Authority, and also road infrastructure, so that those women who are producing in the villages or in urban rural areas are able also to transport their goods to the markets and sell them. This is, they can only go through that. We need also to build trust among the stakeholders. The interoperability, I've talked about it. The consumer protection, I don't know whether we have a consumer protection in this country, because also the tariffs in the telecoms, they have to be somehow regulated. They are not regulated here. And this is very important. It has a hindrance in order to develop the country. Access to liquidity through the banks. I was 8 years a member of a board of one of the banks, one of the leading banks here. So I know what challenges are there when you come to credit. There are a lot of embedded costs. Not only the interest rate, but there's a lot of the legal, the commissions, and all this. You come in the end to pay so much. And this is something the banks should address, so that women are allowed to access cash to do other business. strategies for us is that we are working on the financial inclusion. We are talking with the central bank at the moment in order to actually to operate on what we call financial and digital literacy for the citizens of this country. This is the only way we can change the whole environment so that we'll be able to access those people who need it. Also, we have a problem when we register customers. We have a problem of IDs. These women who are outside the countryside, they don't have IDs. And we have a KYC principle. We can't just register everybody because that will be also a risk for us. So we need the government to extend IDs issued to those people. Yes, I think I will stop there. I hope that I have covered most of the answers.
Mr. Dick, yes, indeed, and your insights, especially on mobile money's potential and the efforts to make it more accessible are very encouraging. But I also want to share one statistics we have. From the World Bank data, we know that the money used in South Sudan is more than 90% is cash, which creates more burden on the taxation, which limits the economic activities, and as just you raised, it also creates safety problems for the women as well. So it's also a problem with so many dimensions. And your point is very important about the IDs. As the gender and protection NGOs, we are also working hard and advocating hard on this issue as well, especially women to access their self-defense.
I'm the head of consultancy and cooperatives. And in cooperative bank, we pride ourselves in our cooperative bank actually. Cooperative bank actually started off as cooperative societies who came together. And the reason why they came together to start the bank is because they were unable to access funds from the financial institutions that existed at the time. So a group of cooperatives, most of whom were peasant farmers, came together and they decided of their wheelbarrow. It looked very ridiculous to the regulators who were there then, but I can tell you today as we speak, Cooperative Bank is the third largest bank in the region. We came to South Sudan 12 years ago, and we have a number of branches which we have established. Currently, we have 6 branches, and we have a very aggressive strategy to ensure that we expand our branches to all parts of the country, especially at the state level. So for Andrea and Angelina, who are in WOW, we have a branch in WOW. I'll get your contact so that we can organize for somebody to come and visit your business. Our services are very personalized. And what we do for us to develop the products is to ensure that we carry out market research. We find out what the needs of the market are. And we also collect information from these kind of forums so that we are able to customize products for our customers. Just to talk about a facility that we have for women, we have Mara Mutara. If you have a woman who is sitting next to you, just tell them Mara Mutara. Yes, that's the greeting in town. Mara Mutara. If you don't understand what Mara Mutara means, please ask somebody who understands to tell you what it is. So Mara Mutara means virtuous woman. And that is the motivation that got us to develop this product. We launched it this year during the International Women's Day, which was on 8th of March, as a gift to the women of South Sudan, because we believe that they are very hardworking. We believe they are respectable women, and they deserve something that is special. And the reason why this product was developed is because we realized that compared to men, women have more barriers to access of finance. And when we look at access to finance, we don't just look at accessing loans. We look at it from different perspectives. And one of them is from financial literacy. And before we get to financial literacy, it's actually basic literacy. When a girl is born, already there are a lot of challenges that girl faces. And one of them, there are chances that that girl will not go to school. The reason why I'm sitting here today addressing you is because my father took me to school. He may not have had other resources for us to inherit, but he took us to school. And that already gave us a platform for us to get to where we are. So partnership with government, I think one of them would be basic education. Providing girls with basic education and ensuring that the parents actually take their children to school. There's a project that we have run with a number of donors, the GUESS project, where it's a cash distribution project, where girls are given incentives for them to stay in school. And it's all girls in all schools across the country, a total of 550,000 girls in over 4,500 schools. So I think that's one of the initiatives that the development partners and even the government have partnered with the private sector to ensure that girls are educated. My colleague has talked about registration of persons. Sometimes it's very heartbreaking when you're talking to a group of women and they have to open accounts. And then some of them, a good number of them will tell you they don't have IDs, the national IDs. That means already that takes them away from accessing finances. So I think one of the partnerships, if the government is able to, accelerate the process of women getting, and it also locks them out in positions of leaderships. Part of what we do, we also promote formation of circles, formation of cooperative societies. And sometimes women are elected to be officials in those positions, but then you realize that some of them don't have IDs. And for them to open an account for the circle or for the cooperative or even for the group, as an official, they need to have an ID. So what does that do to that woman? Then they are removed from that position. Bring in somebody else who has an ID, in most cases happens to be a man. So it means now again, another opportunity that is lost. When it comes to, so I've talked about financial literacy, there is also access to finance in terms of availability of the financial institutions. Eshan from Parian has told us there is no single bank in Parian. But then what are we doing? I mentioned that we have a strategy to have to have branches in all parts of the country. But in the meantime, we have come up with alternative banking channels. This is where we use technology to help people to access bank's account, even in places where there is no physical branch. We have agency banking. Agency banking, we get one of the traders in a certain center, and we give them a platform. It's usually a small gadget, it's called a POS, a point of sale machine, and members of the public are able to open accounts, they are able to deposit money, and they are able to withdraw. And as long as you have a business, you can qualify to become an agent of the bank. And the good thing is that we share the income that you make out of those transactions. Then we have mobile banking, where we partner with the mobile money providers. We've partnered with the Ngurush, we've partnered with Momo, so that anybody at any time of the day or night is able to transact using their mobile. You only need to dial *156# and you can be able to access mobile banking. Issues to do with security. Again, girls and women face a lot of challenges in terms of security. Even when they're coming away, when they're going and coming from school, they face security issues. You know, they could be kidnapped, they could be raped, they could be exploited also, sometimes even by their own parents for them to get money out of them. So there are a lot of challenges that women face in terms of security, and I think the government can come through in terms to ensure that security is provided in the country, and also getting women to positions on leadership, because if decisions concerning women access to finance are going to be made, then women have to be at the table. I'm even looking at this panel and I'm seeing there's a bit that needs to be done there.
Normally it was supposed to be 3 women, 2 men. Change every last minute.
And finally, I'll talk about the partnerships that we usually have with the government in terms of establishment of cooperative societies. In every state, we have a Ministry of Cooperative. We have a Ministry of Cooperative in every state, and that's the ministry that registers cooperatives. So we get groups of people who have a common objective, and we train them on how they can form a cooperative. We have existing VSLAs who we work with, and we help them graduate to become a cooperative. The good thing with cooperatives is that they have no maximum number of members. You can grow as big as you want, and this does not just apply to the rural folk. Even at corporate level, we have a number of institutions that we have worked with to help them establish circles and cooperatives. I'm happy to say that we are working with CARE to establish a staff circle for them. We also just the other day got the UN to establish a circle. World Vision earlier in the year, so we have that program that we help support everybody, whether you are in corporate, whether you are in the communities to establish, and also we encourage the development partners that we work with, who are working with various groups, to support in helping the communities that they're working with come together and form cooperatives, because there is power in numbers. The more they are, the small resources that they can easily bring them together, and they can come up with a big fund where they can borrow from each other. Even before they come for funding from the bank, they can easily borrow from each other. I think I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Caroline. Yes, your emphasis on the collaboration and community-driven solutions is well noted, and we also believe that is key to address all these challenges, as well as thanks for raising the ID issue again. And I want to pick up where you left about the financial literacy. And I want to continue with EcoBank, who is represented by Mr. Gaddafi. Mr. Gaddafi, financial literacy came up earlier by our guest from the field, as well as the colleagues here, as a significant barrier, particularly for women and youth. So I want to ask you, what initiatives has EcoBank implemented, or in your perspective could implement, to enhance the financial literacy in the rural areas of South Sudan?
Thank you very much. Good morning all. My name is Gaddafi Yassin, Head of Payments from EcoBank. I'm glad to be here. So as far as you indicate in terms of financial inclusion for women, maybe from your question perspective, you've indicated on the financial literacy, which is a big challenge to most states. Yes, as a bank, we do work with if we get in partnership with different organizations, which we come up with the MOU, and through the MOUs with the organizations, we are able to train or hold different programs to different individuals and ensure that we educate them in relation to financial trainings in that perspective. Then contribute around 35%, holding accounts with the EcoBank. But also we are mindful of the places where we're present, and as a bank we leverage on digital strategies to ensure that we extend the financial services to women and other citizens in different remote areas. So we do that through the agency banking, where in different states we extend the agency banking, where women can access financial services. They can have access to finances. With that, we're also doing the partnership with fintechs and telecoms. Good that Ambrose was talking about that. So we consider in different areas where we leverage on our partnership with telecoms, where they are present in different states. So what we are doing with in that collaboration with telecoms is to ensure that we now integrate and ensure that we extend financial services to where they are present. So how do we do that? For the clients that actually have accounts with EcoBank, they would be able to access their financial or funds from account to the wallet. Then they can easily withdraw through the agent of a telecom, like Mgrush or MTN. In the same perspective, what we are doing, what we've done with the telecoms as well, is to ensure like organizations like Care International. Now we are partnering with the telecoms to ensure that if Care International has accounts with EcoBank, they can easily do payments to different beneficiaries. They extend support in different remote areas. So with this partnership that we've done with telecoms, then the issue of securities, which was mentioned, if different beneficiaries they support in different remote areas are able to receive payments with mobile money, then they will keep money on their wallet, and they would withdraw money they would like to use and keep the rest saved on mobile money. So these are some of the partnership that as EcoBank we are doing to try to leverage on the digital technology to ensure that we extend this kind of financial services to different individual citizens in different remote areas. On the same note as well, we continue to partner with different organizations to facilitate them also to ensure that women or different individuals who need support in different remotes, then they use us as a bank to ensure that the funds delivered on the ground or where the bank is not present. So these are some of the partners, but yes, there are some challenges which has to do with the infrastructures. They have mentioned some challenges around the infrastructures to reach some of the remote areas, and also in relation to electricity. We find that maybe in some areas there is no network. That's some of the challenges where you would actually be able to extend financial services, but there is a challenge of network connectivity. There is also an issue of data being expensive. Also, that's one of the challenges, which we think with partnership with the government, we are involved as a bank also in some of digital transformation with the National Communication Authority, who is working or driving the digital transformation in the country. So we are glad to be part of the team and putting up all the strategies putting up these challenges to ensure that how do we extend digital solutions into remote areas. So I think it will be coming out through the National Communication Authority to ensure that they implement or they put up some basic infrastructures that will drive digital solutions which would contribute to the financial access to financial services. So these are some of the key items as a bank that we continue to do. Again, as a bank, we've come up with a program called Elevate. Women program for women is one of the, because we are targeting to ensure that we extend the financial services to the women who are doing businesses. So this is a program that our bank has put in place, and we extend, it's unsecured. We look for the women because we understand also the security is a big challenge in terms of collateral security. We are lending to women, which is a big challenge, but as a bank, we've introduced what we call Elevate program for women to ensure that we can extend some financial support or loans to women who are into business, so that without any collateral, or we finance 50% of their core capital they are doing to ensure that they are doing business to improve. So let me stop at that. Those are some of the key highlights that we work to ensure that we go.
Thank you very much. Your points, especially the need for the digital solutions in order to increase the financial literacy in the remote areas, are well taken. I'm pretty sure the audience will come up with some questions on this. And I want to continue with our guest from the State Ministry, Mr. Ayakovani. And I want to conclude this round of questions with you because we all know policy plays a crucial role in fostering an enabling environment, right? And from a policymaker perspective, Mr. Ayako, what steps can the government take to create a supportive environment for mobile money and digital financial tools to thrive in South Sudan? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for giving us the invitation. We have honored it generously, and we have to apologize that our Honorable Minister is so much committed. Even me, I'm so much committed, but we divided ourselves. That's why, with the honor of the invitation, I shall appear and present the ministry. Number two, all the invited guests with their different capacities, you are recognized. And especially my recognition goes to the EU representative and the other higher dignitaries who are within this room. Good morning to you all. Before I go ahead, first let me try to give you the highlight about our State Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Affairs, Central Electoral State. This is where my jurisdiction is. I cannot go beyond that jurisdiction. State Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare, Central Electoral State. It has its mandate of delivering services and implementing even some of the policies. One, the national government and the National Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare, these are the policy makers. So today, this symposium I think is good, it's brought me here so that I can try to highlight our roles and the duties as the State Ministry and even the National Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare. National Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare, these are the policy makers. And we as the State Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare, we are the policy implementers. We are implementing the actions planned by the National Ministry. Because some of the partners, they don't know our duties and roles. Now, in the State Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare, we have 7 directorates. We have the Director of Gender, headed by me. We have the Director of Child Welfare. We have a Director of Social Welfare, Directorate of Admin and Finance, Directorates of Accounts, Directorates of Research and Training, Directorates of Director of Budgeting and Planning. Yeah, and all these directorates, the overseer is the Director General, not me, the Director. We are answerable to the Director General. And the Director General is answerable to the Honorable Minister, who is the supreme of the ministry. Because she's the policymaker and she gives us the directives based on the policy of the ministry. Because there are some confusions, some of the parents, they don't know who to follow, who do what, the 5 that we use. We are the policy implementers, and the national government is the policy makers. Not to waste time, based on the questions about the policies of these dictators, financial dictators. You know, women, historically, they are the best economists. Why do I say so? Through my education, my mother, she used to do business, and you don't know how she keeps her money. Traditionally, there are similar clothes. They made it properly and they tied here, just on their waist. These are money. You will not know that she has money. That she has money there. Now, when we are going to school, you see, so women are sitting in the front of you because of my mother. The way how she winners of the family. If you go now to Honyo, you go to Kubele, and these marketing places, most are women. And I think particularly these donors, particularly the humanitarian agencies, the funders, particularly like CARE, to have been empowering the women of Southern Sudan in a particular central equatoria. Even Oxford, they're playing a very big role. Now, most of the women who are living in the Gurei, who are living in the Gudele, even some who are within the Honyo, I think these are the people now, they're busy every day doing their business in the market. You know, this what's called the dogo and the pest. Selling pears, tomatoes, what. They're doing a lot of things. Now even they're feeding the families. Like we who are working in the government, 11 months or 1 year, no salary, it is not a woman who's feeding the family. Imagine. So I think in this, I thank you very much, particularly the partners for empowering women, particularly economically. Women now have become the breadwinner in the families. I had a story here that there is a woman being empowered, she got her money, the whole school is so took this revolving funds, and the man came there, he wants her to grab. Why? So that is not good. Therefore, the policies for these transactions through banks, I think, one, education plays a very, very important role for development. When we talk about the theme transforming the lives of women, I think education. If one transform women, particularly in education, it plays a very big role. If these women are trained in the rural areas and given access to education, I think they will do what we are supposed to do here. Therefore, because of this insecurity, so women find it very difficult to access for education. Now, I think the most important thing in a policy, first of all, this localization agenda, whereby it says that no one should be left behind 2030, that's a sustainable development goal. The government should try to establish more schools in the rural areas. Number two, girls should be taken to schools. I'm talking now, there's a workshop, a conference with the chiefs, GBB, about women, particularly those girls, early marriage, to how to end early marriage, particularly in the rural areas. It is taking place in regions. That's why Honorable Minister, she's not coming. Therefore, our policies, all women, either girls, women, the girls, should be educated in the rural area. Take the town to the village. That's the philosophy of Dr. Manyongere. If these women are being given access to education in the rural areas, I think because the majority are in the rural areas. Therefore, I think my comment to change the life, to transform the lives of these women in rural areas, so to have access to digital knowledge and innovations. Education plays a very great role. Therefore, the government should establish more schools in the rural areas so that girls enrollment should supersede even boys. I think that's one of the recommendations. Without education, how will they know about these new technologies? Like this Momo, this end groups. Even some of the clients used to come, how can you use this Momo? Even how to scratch the numbers so they can be able to access your money, either to be able to send their money. Even some of the clients, sometimes they're complaining their money got lost and they don't know why it is being taken because they don't know. And I don't know, I have to ask these panelists who are dealing with the banks. Are you training these people, the rural areas and the women who are saving their money in the banks? Because some of them are illiterate, they don't know. So I think in our policy to advocate for the rights of the women in access to everything. That's our policy. And our mandate is to reach the people at the grassroots. Finally, I think because of time, I've seen a hands are ending there. I wish I could be given the 2 hours so I can be able to lecture. Yeah. Let's make a conclusion because you nominated me. So let's make a conclusion. Our role is just to reach the people at the grassroots, and our policy is that all the women, no one should be left behind. The localization agenda should be implemented. That's why you see us, the 16 days we celebrated in Aru with the community. It is very marvelous. And my appeal to the partners, please, if you want success, go to the rural people, to the marginalized, the poor people, they are there in the area. Thank you very much. Maybe I have consumed their time. I wish I should be given, because I'm a teacher by profession, I should be given time so I can lecture more. Thank you.
Aleko is a care friend. We were very close with him. And thank you so much, Aleko. Your emphasis, especially on education, policy reform, and collaboration, clearly sets a clear direction for the actionable change. And I want us to have a big thanks to our panelists for sharing their expertise and insights today. Before we go to question and answers, I just want to share my notes with you from the panel. The key themes that have emerged during our discussion since the morning is South Sudan regards a multi-phased approach, and it should start with breaking down the barriers to access, as highlighted by the women in Paris and Wau. The transformative role of mobile money and financial literacy programs, the importance of the trust and tailored financial products have been raised by our colleagues here in order to meet the needs of women and underserved communities. And they also shared with us the critical role of the government policy in fostering an enabling environment for inclusive financial services. So as we continue to today's symposium, and I want to encourage all of us to think about how we can collaborate to turn these ideas into the action. And now we will move forward to our interactive audience Q&A session, and we will give pause for lunch at 12:30. For next 30 minutes, this is your chance to engage directly with our panelists and deep dive into the sessions and subjects we discussed earlier. The floor is open. Yes, please. Please, once you are speaking, please introduce yourself and which organization. And then if your question is directed to a specific panelist, please also raise it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mario Gigi. I'm a director and protection for women, right from the State House. I have my questions and comment to Ms. Caroline Bura from the Cooperative Consultancy and Cooperative. The first is a comment. You talk about the cooperative, and when you said all 10 state and 3 administrative areas of South Sudan we are not being practiced what is called circular economy. And mostly circular economy done by the women. In South Sudan, we have Don Bosco, which are doing. What plan do you have to promote circular economy across the rural area in the Republic of South Sudan? The last one, it came to minorities. I also realized you have some clients who are from the women business. Last week, a woman who's a client of Cooperative Bank, she went and wanted to withdraw 500,000 South Sudanese pound. That is her request for her business. Then later, she was advised to withdraw only 250,000. Are you trying to promote the women in that sense, or you are trying to discourage them because you already planned for that? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those two questions. Let me start with the second one about the withdrawal by a woman customer. We are going to get more details from you. I hope you have her details so that we can follow up on the issue to know the circumstances surrounding that conversation. Circular economy promotion. So when we are working with different sectors in the economy, we actually use what we call the value chain approach. If you look at the agriculture sector, someone can be producing so much, but if they don't have a market for their produce, it means their production will go to waste. So we actually look at the beginning of that chain. Are they able to access inputs and quality inputs at an affordable cost? Are they able to produce? What is it that they need to produce? Including the machinery, are the machines available? And when it comes to processing, are there opportunities for value addition? Because we know the more value you add, the higher price you will get for your produce. And also, do they have a market? And that's the reason why we promote the cooperatives model, because with a cooperative, everyone at the grassroots is able to access all those things. They can access inputs, they can access services, they can access market, because cooperative, being a formal organization, is then able to go to those service providers, be able to buy in bulk and sell to their members, be able to get services in bulk and again distribute that, and even be able to aggregate their produce and get one buyer, and also be able to negotiate for the prices. So, and we keep encouraging the communities that you're working with, please let them know about how they can form. You can refer them to us about how they can form. If you're in a group and you would like assistance in moving to the next level, you can also come to us and we'll be able to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. My name is Kai Joseph Alex, and I work at the Dutch Relief Alliance. Thank you for the great job the Financial Institutions are doing. Maybe my first comment will be, I would love to see the service providers like MTN and digital and all that, because we're talking about digitalization, and I think they are very key in the whole of these processes. Unfortunately, they're not here, but it will be good to also hear from them in terms of the processes. My concern to all of you is that we have a very nice presentation of what package you are all offering to our customers or clients. However, I still feel that the devil is in the nitty-gritty. Your presentation looks very nice, very great, but I think for me it looks more watermelon. We know that watermelon is green outside, but inside the color is a bit different. Your motivation is financial related, which is profit, And from a humanitarian point of view, we are human, we are serving humanitarian services and providing basically people with aid, especially those really who are very vulnerable. And we are talking about women who are in villages whose access are very limited to most of the package that you're offering here. And I'll be very keen in terms of coverage, as you all mentioned. I would have loved to see statistics of the numbers you have reached with the different packages and where these are currently. If you look at financial coverage in the remote places that we work in, I think almost our coverage is less than 10%. So how do we then translate, how do we then conclude up today here and say we really have a very good, nice package for us here in Juba, but when actually 90% of the people we work and the vulnerable women are out there and they're not actually being reached. So are we dreaming, or we are still saying that is where we want to go? So that we are quite very clear, we do not want to conclude or have a very good discussions at Symposium in Juba level, but tomorrow when we want to reach out to the communities, we are stuck at still 0 level. So I still feel, how transparent are we in terms of reaching to the most vulnerable and with this service that we're talking about, and how can we reach there so that we know the reality, so that we don't talk about really something that we know on the ground is not very applicable, or else we keep it for Juba and say this is only for Juba, but not real for the rural communities in Akobo, in the Pibor areas, where none of you probably are there. Thank you.
I think it's a general question, not specific to anyone in the panel, so you should be able to address the question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. This is one of our headache, reaching out to the vulnerable in the countryside. We in Ambush, we have a project. We are going to 79 counties. So if we are able to reach 79 counties, we will be able now to reach almost everybody. But this, we cannot do it ourselves. With the mobile money, and I want to say, mobile money is the easiest, the safest, and the fastest way of transferring money today. And we are actually cooperating with banks. We have already integrated to 10 banks. We are talking with the government in the form of central bank and National Communication Authority, because they are the two regulators that regulate us. When we do this, we'll be able to reach out to everybody in this country. And it is doable. It is doable because we are already in many, many places. If you go to Torid, Yambio, even in some areas in Raja, we are there. We have offices and we have agents. If we don't have agents, we have customer care services. We try to cooperate with other telecos, and it is very important that here telecos like MTN and Digital are to support such, because it is becoming very expensive that everybody wants to stand alone. And this non-cooperation in the financial sector and payment solution mechanism makes it even more expensive for the women and for the youth who want to do any businesses. So you are right, it is true. We don't want to paint a very green space, a nice picture. We have a lot of infrastructure challenges in this country. And the only way is to cooperate. All the banks, the telecos, and the mobile money networks, they are supposed to work together. Thank you so much.
I want to continue with one woman, please, and then after coming to you. Okay, I'm called Edita Mele. I work with National Women Empowerment and Rehabilitation Organization as the Executive Director. Thank you for the presentation that we heard from all the banks concerning the women loans or women support. 3 years ago, we have a group of women and we want to register to cooperative bank, and they ask documents like requirement documents of land or documents. And you know, in South Sudan, women are not allowed to own their lands. We are women, we stay in our husband's home.
We don't have documents. Now, how do we support these women if banks are requiring documents to be given to the bank? That's one. The second question is that I appreciate your presentation, Michael, Laila, as a Central Equatoria Gender and Social Welfare. I appreciate your appreciation that we appreciate women are the one putting food on the table in all the houses in South Sudan. And these women, they are the ones sending their children to school nowadays because salaries is not there. But we want to say that, do you know that these women in the market are suffering from city cancer? That's the question number one. All these women, they are selling their things down. As one of the states said that women are selling their products down. They don't have tables in the market. They don't have market that they will sell their things. Even in Juba here, women are selling on the roads. They are selling their things down. There's no place, there's no proper market for these women to sell their items. Yesterday, I met one of these young girls, the adolescent young girls, who are selling these fruits, vegetable in the market down in Konyo. The city council come and chase them away. She ran, she left all the money down there with the items that she's selling. After she came back, she found that all the money that she said was taken. And the vegetable were not there. She was crying that where is she going to start again? So all these situations, do you know that these women are suffering? And what is the role of this Central Equatoria Gender, Child and Social Welfare for these women to sell these things so that they will be able to put the food on the table very well, and send their children to school? Thank you.
Let Mr. Aiko address this question, then I will get back to another round. This is specific to the government.
Yes. Thank you very much, Yahoo. Yeah, I'm called Aiko Wane Agustino, the director for gender, not Michael. If I go direct to your question, what the city council is doing, I think in the good practical SRC is for the safety of these women. Women are coming near even to the road. Drivers are complaining. Now, if you go to Bedre now, I think demarcation is taking place seriously. I don't know who has witnessed. Development is a process. Whenever vehicle comes, women are just, if you go at 4 or 5, see how the congestion is in the main road. I think the government says no. Move a bit aside. Because of what? Because of the safety of her life. It doesn't mean that the government is chasing them. Like women who are selling on the roads, there at the Kudele, even Konyo, several times. Government has been telling them, move a bit, leave the main road, the Tamaka road, free. The problem is the safety of your life. This is number one. Number two, I think there is what is called town planning. If you go even to this Konyo or Ides, Gumbo Sirika, you can see people just sell at random. And the government even now is still going on process of what, how they can be able to allocate a land for these women to sell their products. Gudele, you have seen, Gudele was not like that previously. Now, butchers have been given their place, how to butcher. Even if you go deeper to the market, you will see women there, they are very busy. They were given places or small areas so they can sell their products. But don't come near the road. What the city council is doing, particularly in these areas, they want to give a space, they want to make development, particular town development. I think in every state, in every nation, in every country, there must be planning, town planning. Things have to be put in order. That's what the city council is doing. Yes, we know that the women are suffering. Yes, because we are on a process of development. You go deep to the market, and the government even now, I think that's why demarcation is not taking place seriously. Is good. Demolition is taking place. Now, if government demolish your house because You just constructed your house illegally. So you deserve. So government want to give you, want to allocate you so that you'll be free. That's the role of the government. So don't think that the government doesn't know that the women are suffering. They know you are suffering. We know our state, our nation, we're on the process, on transition. We're still on transition. But I hope in the future things will be good. Okay, if you want to become good, let us devote ourselves even good. We are after the lives of the people. That's why the government doesn't like to lose a life of a person. Like in the Budere, people are being told, please don't come by the tarmac road, but still they come. So what will the government do? So I think I can answer to you. In Central Equatoria, the city council, why are they doing so? They are doing so for the safety of the people. Even these vehicles, the buses, these buses, mini buses, public buses, they do complain. Why are people coming selling near the road? Where is the government? You imagine, it's not contradictory. So the intervention of the government is that they want to make safety for the what? For the lives of the people. So I think government is not a process. Development is a process. Development cannot go by now. Even this pyramid continental hotel was not built within a day. It took time. Therefore, don't worry that the government is not concerned about their own problems. We are all in the same world. We are all in the same moral. But be patient. Things will change. Even this is your report. It took time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We need the government to organize us. But in this case, and I want to speak on behalf of the women, whether in all 10 states in South Sudan, including Central Equatoria, you find and allocate a land for women to sell their produce. If that is possible, that is probably what you would like to suggest.
The requirements, the documentation that they were asked when they went to the bank. So thanks, Madam Editor. For you to open an account at the bank, there are now some documents that you're required to have. If you're opening as an individual, then you'll be required to have a national ID. So that one is non-negotiable. And that's why we are saying that for the women who don't have, it would be good if the government is able to facilitate. If you are operating as a group, then you'll be asked for a group registration certificate. If you are operating as a cooperative society, you will be asked for a cooperative registration certificate. You will not be asked for a title for you to open an account. Probably, if you want to take a loan, that's when you will then be asked for a title, because that is a recognized security as per the central bank regulations for you to be able to access a loan. But we are looking at other ways, because as you say, it's true, very few women have land. So we are also looking at other alternatives that we can offer for collateral requirements. And one of the solutions that we offer is by asking the women to get organized in groups. When you come together as in a group, then you have what we call the social security, where you can guarantee each other with the savings that you have. And that's something that the bank can look at so that we are able to give you finances. So we don't sit and wait and say we are waiting until the central bank can allow other modes of security. We also look at what are the alternatives. And I believe that the beginning to solving our problems is by first identifying the challenges. What are the challenges that are there? And once we acknowledge those challenges, then we see how can we overcome these challenges, who needs to be involved. And I believe it's all stakeholders, the government, the development partners, private sector, and everybody, who when they come to the table and look at the challenges, we can be able to provide solutions to the problems that we are facing. Thank you.
Before we go to break, I think we have space for last two questions, brief ones, but we encourage everyone to, of course, continue this question and answers during the lunch as well. So, one question there and one last one here.
and I thank Care International and the donors for really bringing together banks. And I think this is the first initiative. We have been struggling to get access to the banks in many ways. I'm Kiko Nadia Susan. I work for Action Girls Africa. It's a national women-led organization as the executive director. I know banks have corporate responsibility, and I don't know in terms of the corporate responsibility, how much are you returning to the community? Another thing is that you talked a lot about mobile banking, partnering with Momo and Mgruz. But we know that also in those mobile banking there are challenges. And I'm just imagining at the rural level for those women, as our director from Ministry of Gender mentioned about education. I'm sure most of them do not know how to operate phones, issues relating to internet and managing the pins. And I think a lot of challenges have been coming that most of the women cannot access their monies because of this, and sometimes they end up asking for help, and in the process they lose their money. And then the other thing is that sometimes these partners contract the banks to go and take the money there. And sometimes in the process, you need to now give the money in cash directly. And sometimes the staff or maybe the people who are giving the money end up luring some of the women because of challenges. I will help you do this, and it creates a lot of issues around sexual exploitation and abuse. So as banks, how are you trying to support the women in ensuring issues of sexual gender-based violence do not come up? Because I've attended a lot of forums, and this has been coming up. And I'm also a global representative on prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse. So if any of you can respond on that. Thank you very much.
Yes. Victoria will respond. Then we will have Victoria's respond, and then two last questions later.
Thank you very much. You've raised two very key issues and very serious issues. The first one is around corporate social responsibility. Different banks have different policies around corporate social responsibility. And basically what happens is at the end of the year, you take a portion of your profits and you give it back to the community. So as Alpha Commercial Bank, we have been very active in that area. And we have been supporting women groups and also girls to be able to continue to learn in schools by making donations to those schools. So the corporate social responsibility question is one that cannot be blanket for all banks, because different banks have different policies. But what I can tell you is all banks have a corporate social responsibility program. The second one is you have raised is around gender-based violence, and I think it is extremely disheartening to hear this. You know, banks do partner with international organizations to make payments on the ground, what we call field payments, and essentially what happens is that we send our staff to go and make cash payments to various recipients, and those recipients will have been registered. So if there is any case of gender-based violence, this would be against the policies of the banks, and it is something which we would want to come up and be reported. I think what the banks need to do is to come up with a policy for reporting so that serious action can be taken. But what I can tell you from a bank's perspective is that all of us would not encourage any form of gender-based violence. Thank you.
AGA, the ED of AGA, I think these allegations reporting mechanism is very, very important. If you're only hugging a woman, either a girl, how to report. That's why today the Chiefs Conference is taking place. Now, did you report? Is you are a women-led organization, did you report? Yes, because we are working on facts. Immediately anything reporting, if it is happening, you should report. We in the midst of gender, in particular my directorate, we're like doctors without borders. We wait any cases come and we have zero tolerance about that. Therefore, I'm appealing to you, we don't like these allegations, false allegations. Anything happen, police, you report. And they are toll free. You report immediately, this is what we like. So, thank you.
Last question, maybe? Yeah. We already, one question from here and then my last question from here, and we have to break for lunch. But your questions are very welcome still to be discussed during the lunch. And in the afternoon session, we will still have the question and answers after the second panel. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Martha Kileti from Plan International Material Specialist. I thought I needed to make a little submission. Looking at the panelists, I just was wondering, have they ever considered men? But that we know the country is vast and it's, there are areas that are uncovered, but that for us to have a wider reach, maybe it could be important that the microfinance institutions, the financial institutions come up with maybe like in humanitarian, where we talk about agencies, and collaborations. So have they ever considered maybe having a collaboration where they are talking to each other, they are looking at the resources they have and the products that are specifically targeting the women, and seeing how they can have a wider reach. And I know this, maybe it's policies that guide you, but that can there be laxity in the policies where you consider having a network of the microfinance institutions and see how you can pull together your resources for a wider reach. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. And I would like to applaud what Plan International does. There's a program they run with the girls where they take them to a corporate institution. CEO, what do you call it? Girl takeover. Where they take a girl to an institution and they sit in the seat of the CEO and conduct a board meeting to prepare them for the corporate world. So thank you for your question on collaboration. And we may appear as competitors in the banking industry, considering that we are in private of, say, Alpha Bank. Move the money from their bank, and then we do the thanks for that suggestion. Then also I would like to respond on the issue of corporate social responsibility. We have a subsidiary, which I hear is called consultancy, these services free of charge. So if you have a group, if you're an individual and you would like to get some information, some training on financial literacy, you can visit us. My office is based in Kololo, second floor. You can visit us and we'll be able to organize for a training for you. We have training rooms in the office, but you can also come to where you are. And also to mention that some 2 weeks ago, we were recognized as the best bank in South Sudan and also the best bank in CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility. Last year, but one, we donated some computers to St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's in Budede. They have a technical training school where they train, most of them are women. They train them on various technical courses, and one of them is computer literacy, and we're able to donate for them about 20 computers, which they're currently using to train the women there at the center. Thank you.
Last question.
Yeah, my name is Agnes Dadogo. I work for Women Initiative for Self-Empowerment and we deal with marginalized girls and women. My question goes to the ministry, but first I want to commend the banks, all of them, because I saw they have nice targeted packages for women.
and that is very good. But now, the guy from the ministry, these women who are not, I'm sorry, these women who are not banked, they are not registered. When they reach 18 years, they are not registered, and they stay like that for God knows up to when. What is the Minister of Gender advocating for these women? What is the policy? Because they can't access all these nice packages from the banks. What is the government doing? Is there a policy of government to register people when they reach 18 years so that they can access these finances? Thank you.
Okay, I think I've been echoing here several times. Please, if you follow the regulations and they have made all their profile, I think you cannot be notified not to be registered. Why? Did you approach the government? I went to that a bank, either a cooperative, and I was not accepted to do so. I think the way is open. You did not bring a report to us, but if you bring a report to us, I think you are eligible to be registered. Let me give you an example. You like the women-led organizations. Now I have JICA who is going to support even women-led organizations. Do you think I'm going to identify all these women in order to get funds from JICA? No. I want to see a profile. Are you registered with us? You follow the procedures. If you fail to get the procedures, you are not eligible to get the money from JICA. So please, I'm advising you. It's good you follow the policy of what does the government want from you. First, the ID, that is national identity card. That's very, very, very important, and even accessible age. I think these are the two major documents they can need from you. So you can be a citizen of this country, and you are these are your rights. No one can jeopardize you from your own right. So my advice to you, please, you follow the procedures what the government likes from you. Now, if this is organization, this is payment, and the cooperative, they did not register, there is a level whereby you can go and get your rights. Ask, what can I do? Like in my directive, if you don't register with me and they are within the line minister, either under my directive, you don't get any fund. And it's me, the powers, I have the legitimate power. I'm not registered because you do not follow the procedures. And I do advocate for partners. Police register, come to us. But you are not following or doing your things there alone. You are not meeting the criteria of the government. So what can we do? It's not the wishes from the government. Come and ask so that people can give you the way how you can be able to get your rights. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of our panelists and thanks to our audience for very thought-provoking questions and very clear answers, and to make this session very engaging. And I would personally like to extend my big thanks to our panelists once again, because they did a very great job by being with us today. And I see there are still pending questions. We apologize that we have to proceed now. We encourage all of you to engage these informal discussions during the lunch. And now we will proceed to lunch, and we will be back at 1:45 here to proceed with our 1:45, yes. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. I would like us to have a photo of the panelists here. Please remain seated.
Where is the lunch? Where is the lunch?
Let me just confirm our paper. Evans, please. Thank you. So we'll proceed to have our lunch at the 10th floor. Our lunch will be in the 10th floor.
Sorry, everyone. Please have your meal vouchers from my room in here. So without the vouchers, you cannot have your lunch. Thank you so much, everyone.
Our bill coupons are just there by the door.
واشكو تصويرات هناك
ها؟
يدقوا تصوير هنا
هاي انا
شغال الشغل هنا
هاي
اسمع كمسك نركب
اسمع
70 200
اديني
نركب 70 200
هنا صور انا وحبيبي
انتوا كطابين انتوا اللي تصوروني مع نفسكم انا صورتكم كلكم صورتكم كلكم عندكم صور يعني جد
انا داير الجمهور خلفي
كده اسمع جمهور ماشي
وانا خلف الجمهور انت جاي
انا الجمهور ماشي سريع خليه اقدر طب مالك
خلاص امسكها كده بس امسكها على هاي بس امسكها على فوق يا الله هو ده اللي افتح
معقوله يا مان
انت مستعجل معايا يعني
ممكن اثنين كبر يكونوا واقفين جنب بعض زي ده يا مان
انت ما انا قلت تصور الفيلم
اقول يا ماشي
انا ما داير ترجع ولا اكيد
الا زول واحد
جيب ما عمل كده جيب يا اخي الله
لا يا مان سانا نزل في لاجل دي
قالوا بس ولا ما
سانا انا ما اعرف ماله هو يا مان كرتك
يا سبي
جيبوا يا خلوه مربوط
جيبوا ما دايرين شاهين ما دايرين شاهين ما دايرين شاهين أنا دايرين الحركة الناس ماشية دايرينها دي اسمها رقصة صحابية
يعني تصور وقول
ما أنا دايرين صار بدنا نجيب جنب شجر نجيب صح دور في حاجات كده بتاعت زي الفطور ما لا ما لا لك حاجة
يا حاوي شبراوي انا بقى
فريدة
it's my pleasure today to have a conversation with the panel and also to listen to the women on the challenges they have been facing as they go about trying to run their businesses. So today I want to Teresa Andrea from Teresa, are you there? Welcome, Teresa. Teresa, I would like to know if Nyambol Nyaker from Paria is she there? And also would like to Paria to step forward. Before us today are women from WOW and Paria. They have an experience in running businesses and they're going to share their challenges today. So I will give Teresa Andrea a chance. Teresa is going to be talking in Arabic and step forward for Teresa. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Teresa Andrea Sania. وفي البداية أنا من واو، فالبرنامج اللي استفدنا منه في بتاع البيزنس يعني كي ما في حياته اليومية. First and foremost, thank you to everybody. She said she's Teresa and she is so إنه منظمة كيا دربنا كيف إنه زول بيبدأ بيزنس بتاعه وكيف هو بيساعد بيه نفسه في الحياة اليومية. She's going to talk about مباحث وبنبيعه وده قاعد يجيب لنا فده من الحاجات الكويسة وهسي بيقى خلى النساوين بيقوا شنو قاعدين يساعدوا بعضهم بيهم. Yes, she said that one of the businesses that يواجهنا إنه الخلاء في الأسعار يعني السوق يتبرد. She said that the business is going on well, but she has gotten some challenges. Sometimes. They're having some technical issues that they are facing at the market. There is a lot of competition. They are still persistent and they're still going on. It's very small, but they still. وكان برضه BSL which support them on how they can save their money to support their children in terms of account في بنك عشان ناخد القروش بتاعنا ده يكون قاعد في بنك المال يكون معانا في بيت because they are really benefiting and she hopes that more other because they are really benefiting and she hopes that more other
وباسم كل جماهير الذين وباسم كل جماهير الذين جو شاركوا في هذا و22 في مقاطعة باريا وفي إدارة روين.
I came into Paria through awareness in yourself with the little knowledge that you have gotten and how can you sustain yourself. A little bit of starting capital and then cattle as well.
وبعد ما أدى وجاب لهم الملايات بيكون في خياطة بتاع الملايات وبيعوا الملايات للوزراء وللحكام اللي بيجي يرجعون ديل.
So some of them went into a business of bedsheet sewing. Locally in South Sudan we have bedsheet sewing whereby they go and sell it to the government officials.
السوق اللي بتسوقوه هسه في الرواسات الرواسات بيجي من باريا.
Even these beads, traditional beads, and the African style beads, and women also engage in that kind of businesses.
At the same time, هسه ديك النسوان اللي كانوا بيستووا في الشاي يتحولوا من الشاي من القهوة بتاع الشاي تحول على المطعم كبير.
Most of women who are doing some small businesses like tea selling, now they have upgraded, now they have restaurants.
وهسه نحن عندنا زراعة
And currently, we also have some women who are doing agriculture.
الزراعة ده ناس منظمة كير ياهو جابوا هنا التيرا وقسموا للنسوان ومشى حسن يزرعوا.
And all this was due to care support, so they provided them with seeds.
بدل الزراعة في الخريف ده يبقى حسن النسوان هو يزرعوا مع الموسم بتاع الصيف ده.
And not only women were cultivating during the rainy season, but also in the dry season, because they are provided with some other irrigation mechanisms that can help them, can let the cultivation continue even during the dry season.
حسب المفروض ان احنا يعني نجيب صوره لكن ما اتحصلنا عليه لانه نحن كنا مستعجلين وجينا سوا. في واحده اسمها مره كبيره كده اسمها نياندين عملت مشروع بتاع خضره وباميه في مسافه ما يقارب 7 كيلومتر في محل حفيره زي ده. الناس بيقولوا لهم يا اخي بدك تمشي هناك وبعيد. قال لي انا نعتمد على زول ووروني حاجه انا نستفيد منه اخيرا نشتغل حسب شغاله هناك.
So she said that she apologizes. They were supposed to come along with certain pictures so people can see, but time couldn't allow. There's an example of a lady called Nyandeg, who started cultivating in a distance from the area, and she's doing very well.
فالتجاره طبعا النسوان استفادوا منه كثير لانه شنو هسه احيانا بالنسبه لنا يعني نحن كسواد سودانيز يعني نسوان استفادوا منه شديد لانه هسه يا بمشي بدقور احنا بيجي هنا بيجي بسيط قروش ده بعد مرور الزمن كده ما بيعمل لك. لكن كان لو انت برا ما بتجي تجي نسوان في باريا ماشي كويس لكن we have big challenges here.
So the businesses in summary, all is going well, but still we have challenges.
في الموسم بتاع الخريف نحن ما عندنا حاجه بخطبه مثلا دكاكين كده للنسوان ما في. لو المطر ده بدك في الخضار بتاعك ولا بدك في حاجه ناشف بتاعك معناته انت بتطلع خسران.
One of the challenges to the women who do cultivation, they don't have closed premises where they can keep their fruits or their vegetables. So when the rain comes, it's just heat on them.
وكمان في مشكله بتاع شنو ترجع للتجاره حقك يعني انا بيجيبوا فيه سمك ناشف النسوان فكروا على اساس لو خسروا في
because she said that they don't only depend on one kind of business because these are small scale business. They are flexible. There are those when they see that they are now in the dry season and they can't go with the vegetable, they shift to some other business like selling of the fish. So going to a very far distance, insecurity becomes a problem.
وكمان أيضا مشكلة بتاع فيضانات كراسي فيضانات ده بعد مرات بيعمل لنا مشكلة لأنه نحن بنزرع في المسافات بعيدة والمسافات بعيدة بيزرعوا في ناس جمعوا أنفسهم على أساس إنهم بيمشي بيزرعوا مزرعة تجاري. فالمزرعة التجاري في سنة خسروا بيشاروا هنا خسروا الزراعة عشان كده في السنة ده ما معروف. لكن النسوان التجار داخل فاريا شغالين حتى البزنس حتى في المقاطعة في دارية كانوا في مقاطعة فاريا شغال كويس. تجد 3 من النسوان مكونين في تجارة واحدة وهم مستفيدين. ما لو قروش بيشيلوا له في بنك كمان. المشكلة بتاع بنك مشكلة لنا وناس البنك ده يتكلموا لكن أنا ما بيتا كان أقول حاجة بسيطة عشان بنك زي لو أنت كنت بنك زي ففي الوقت ده أنا ما بذكر حديثي عشان زمن مع ده كله حديثي وانتوا هتضيفوا وفيها هتضيف حاجة بسيط من الكلمات دي.
So finally, she spoke about the issue of flood that remains still as a challenge, and she spoke about the issue of competition with some other business sectors. And thank you.
Thank you very much. we have learned that there are so many businesses, and care has been very supportive in the BSMF. Businesses like firewood, they have now come up with the new businesses, but they are still facing challenges of insecurity in the process of trying to diversify these businesses. Thank you very much, Hello. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you all to tell us in brief about your business and the challenges it's facing. First of all, I would like to pass my one meeting. The business in rural, as my sister put it, what I'm saying, we have challenges in business. We have a lack of, because some of the women, if they are selling, they are selling in the market. And if they drop if the business broke down, no one can support them. That is the big challenges. What I want to say, the care international, they are supporting women a lot, especially those of women. Through care, really was, we don't have a center, and through care we get a center for women. And that center for the women, they are doing their business and they are doing their activities. They learn breaking bread, and they learn also tailoring for the clothes. Now also care, they support us. We have a 19 group of women. This group is supported by care. We have BSLA, and also care they create awareness. The awareness about the issue of security also is become a challenge, because those women, if there is no security, they cannot be able to sell their things. Also, our care is supporting the women in rural township. They are giving this vocational training. Vocational training, they are giving to women like tailoring and like how to make a bedsheet, and this one called suit. And they are selling it in the market. And now the price is in the situation, the price is very high. They are bedsheet. Support, because they have contributed a lot. Up to now. And also they are supporting the Ministry of Gender. The ministry was under education. The time the ministry was under education, anything concerning the women, it was not prepared well. And the time the ministry, it became the independent ministry,
the women they are getting their activities or they are getting their services. The what I want to say also recommending for, I want to put a recommendation for care. As you know, care is the last, this year maybe will be the last year for them, and they are having the new year maybe 2 months or 3 months. Our partners, we thank you for the support, and we are not satisfied. We need your support because women they are supporting women also in agriculture. As my sister put it, they are getting the seed from care, and the most of the farmers in rural they are women, especially in the garden. We have 2 counties, these are Benham and Awarwe. Women, they are the one planting the vegetables, and they are benefiting. We have the onion. You can get the onion in konyo. This onion, they are in Vietnam. Okay. Also, my last thing I want to say to the Minister of Agenda at the national level, we as the rural, we are getting all the services from the partners. If not important, through care and through others partners. Rural, also the space. You provide the land, and we are not able to construct the market and sell their things comfortable. And during rain season, it is a big challenge for them. That's why it's not impossible to Honorable Aya, which is not here, I'm requesting from our office to support rural. And also, I'm saying for our partners, our women, even administrators, through care or through any partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nebo. Thank you for this opportunity. The women can complain apart from the support they are receiving. Some business is done and they need more support, so we should not leave them. We have also raised the question of insecurity, and we are calling upon the authorities to support the women in the administrative area to restore peace so that they can do their businesses. The women have also called for support from the National Ministry, the Ministry of Gender, to support the women in the environment administrative area. These are some of the challenges the women are facing, and we hope that this conversation we are moving into how to empower women in business and women entrepreneurs, bringing policy in practice. We have the policy practitioners, we have the leadership, and we hope that we can all collaborate to address the challenges that we are having. Thank you very much. Now for the women. I want to take this opportunity to welcome the afternoon session on empowering women in business and women entrepreneurs, bringing policy in practice. We are going to have a panel of 5, and I would like to take this opportunity to I will start by welcoming Maulana Miriam Juni, who is a lawyer, director of human rights in the State House, Cabinet Affairs. Welcome. Thank you very much, Malala, for creating time. I'd like to take this opportunity Manuel, State Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare, Rural Administrative Area. I'll also take Executive Director, South Sudan Women Entrepreneurs Association, SWEN. I take this opportunity to welcome Helen Foney, businesswoman and entrepreneur. And Joy Bulen, businesswoman, corporate executive. I'll give them 1 minute each to introduce themselves. I'm Minister of Gender, Child Social Welfare, Rural Administrative Area.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jane Gordon Soro, the Executive Director for South Sudan Women Entrepreneurs and Cross-Border Traders Association, and also the Chair of SME South Sudan Chapter, East Africa.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Foney Helen. I can say I'm the CEO for Zulu Bakes and Community Action.
Good afternoon, everyone. I go by the name Joy Kila Bulan. I'm the corporate executive and a businesswoman for Sip and Shop Juba, Sip and Shop London.
Clap up for her. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mario Jimmy. As you already mentioned by our faculty, I'm a lawyer by profession. I specialize in criminal law and criminology. I'm also the first South Sudanese ambassador for gender-based violence. I'm also a director, plus other close title. I'm a senior journalist. I'm also teaching Catholic University all the business laws. I have my students here who are graduated. I'm also a member of National Gender-Based Violence in South Sudan. Any issue with the gender-based violence, I'm part of it. Then also, you have seen me maybe in the government officials. I'm an expert in the protocol, arranging, and protection. Thank you very much. And the last one, I'm a parent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So this afternoon, we want to discuss how we are going to empower our women and how we are going to bridge the gap in policy and practice. And today, our panelists, we want to be brief. We'll be talking about policy and regulatory framework, empowering women entrepreneurs, and the outlook and sustainability. So I'm going to be able to start the discussion with Molana. Welcome, Molana. I would like you to tell us on what policies and legal frameworks are most effective in addressing barriers that the women have talked about towards entrepreneurship.
Thank you very much, and you might give me a attention on what I'm going to share with you in shorter time, because any doubt later, you can ask me whether from the government side or legal side. Indeed, to be honest, this country, we are lacking some legal framework for women, girls' protection. And this forum, I think I appreciate the care to bring this forum because we have some other barriers. Example, gender-based violence. We have no family laws in South Sudan. I'm a member of gender-based violence. Up to now, they have never been passed, plus other legal framework. be brief. When we talk about legal framework, we need a policy to be in place to protect our female, being a woman or a girl. I hope the minister should be around, or director for Central Equatoria and director for rural administrative area. We need to be pushed very well. When we want to protect our ladies in 10 state and 3 administrative areas, we must push for the policy which is protecting their life or their property. And when you say equal work and equal payment, to be protected, whether it be from the government or national NGOs or UN agencies. I have one case which I settled. A lady is very senior journalist. She works as an editor. A very senior. But she worked from 7 up to 10 midnight. When she reaches home, they are fighting with the husband. Why do you work at night? Maybe you have another thing somewhere. If there could be some other laws which are in place, like Article 16 Clause 2 of our laws say equal work and equal payment, which means all the women need to be equal before any laws of this country. But in our country, it's more opposite. And my last comment is equal participation in the public life. And that's one of the policies. We talk about 35%. I'm one of them who are not supporting that idea. I'm sorry to mention, I work for government, but 35% are not being implemented. Who gave 35% to the women? Who gave you? Who gave you 35%? You are the majority, and minority give you 35%, that's acceptable? It's very opposite. See? It's very opposite. Which means 35% cannot work. I assume, and maybe I will pick a candidate for governance, and my wife said, my wife, if you don't join my party, I will not support you. It's not happening. You talk 35% and you want her to be in a political party where you belong. And that one I'd like to make very clear for you. A woman and a man can work together equally and they participate in the public life. They are protected by the law of this country. Article 16 Clause 3 talk of a man and a woman equal to participate in the public life anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe just a follow-up on any law specifically to business, apart from the general work environment. Do we have any policies and legal frameworks that are specific to businesses that could be a barrier to women entrepreneurship?
Of course, I will have said something. One of the ladies, if I misquote your name, she's called Edida. She said the women are not allowed by the law. What you said earlier, the question? Only the property. Land can be owned by both male and female. And nowadays, they make very clear here, but it should not be in the paper. If a woman wants to go and borrow the money in the bank, and she made very clear there is no nationality, it's assessment. How can she assess to get the money? Because women in rural and in Wow or in Raja, they cannot have time to come and get age assessment or nationality. Again, when you talk about the business, to be honest, most of the business, as I'm talking now, they are being run by the men.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to do a follow-up to Honorable Nyambao to tell us about how we can collaborate between the government, the civil societies, and private sectors, and create sustainable opportunities for women entrepreneurs. In Arabic, my translator, how can we collaborate with the government, civil societies, and private sectors to create sustainable opportunities for women entrepreneurs. What we need as women, how do we work together?
سؤال بيتكلم حاجة بسيط حكومة civil society أو منظمة السكر أو منظمة حلمي بيشتغلوا كيف أحسن بهذا الدعم نسوان في هاي تجارة برابراو.
Thank you for the chance. الحكومة ممكن تساعد، لكن الحكومة قاعدة تواجه تحديات because الحكومة ما قاعدة يكون عنده budget.
The government can support women in the business sector, but they also have challenges.
لكن قاعد يساعد الحكومة قاعد يساعد عبر طريق مثلا في وزارة الأجندة يعني ممكن بيساعد النساء وفقا للمنظمات يعني لأن الحكومة عشان ما عندها بجت لكن through the partners they can support the women.
So the government support in terms of partnership with the stakeholders and then the national and then the international NGOs to support women on the ground.
يعني الحكومة لو وفرت المكان للمرأة ولو وفرت السوق للمرأة بتكون كده عملت سبورت للمرأة لأنه في مناطق هسه في جنوب السودان يعني الحكومة بتعمل سوق للمرأة عشان يمشي تبيع الخضار ولا تبيع حاجاتها الخاصة. ده لو الحكومة مثلا بتعمله أنا متأكدة النسوان بيكونوا empowerment بتاعهم بيكون قوي.
So the government can come in support with the infrastructure to build for the women premises where they can sell their products.
برضه الحكومة لو وفرت للمرأة لو وفرت لها المكان تزرع فيها الخضار لايك هنا في قرية عندنا مناطق زراعية مخصصة للمرأة والمرأة قاعد بتزرع فيها الذرة بتزرع فيها الخضار والذرة دي لما تيجي تنجح المرأة بتشيلها بتوديها السوق ولو ودت السوق ممكن بيجيب لها إنكم بتعمل بنفيت لعيالها ولا بتعمل بنفيت داخل الأسرة ممكن يكون برضه للمجتمع ككل.
So the government also supports with land, provision of land for the women. As she said that in Parliament currently, as we're speaking, the government has provided a specific land reserved for the women to do their cultivation.
الحاجة ممكن أنا أقولها أخيرة الحكومة مع المنظمات تاخد يدينا مع بعض عشان تقدر تجيب مع المرأة لأنه المثل العربي بيقول وركل مرأة عظيمة رجل فالرجال يعني انتوا لازم تعملوا سبورت للمرأة بتاعك يعني المرأة بتاعك لو هي بزنس وومن انت مفترض تفتش حاجة عشان تقدر تدعمها عشان ترفع التجارة بتاعك لأنه نحن عندنا في المجتمعات بتاعنا خاصة في المجتمع بتاع الرين يعني عندنا براكتس تشين يعني انت كراجل بتقول ما نودي المرأة بتاعي تكون تخش السوق.
So in conclusion, she is saying that she urged the men in the room that you support your women in case if they are doing businesses, you don't have to go with that harmful traditional culture norms that say that women are not supposed to go and sell or are not supposed to go and do any business. And she also spoke that
الحكومة برضه وفرت السكيورتي يعني الأمن والمسؤولية بتاع الحكومة لأنه لو بقى الوطن البلد لو بقى ما فيها أمن أنا متأكدة التجارة بتاع المرأة ممكن ما تمشي قدام لأنه الأمن أنا بشوفها حاجة مهمة جدا وأنا برشد ولا بشجع كل الولايات على حفظا للأمن في الولايات وفي الثلاث إدارات. Thank you.
So she urges all the government officials in the place that they should go on with security because security is a key for all the activities that women have to do in business.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for echoing the security issue, the need for land, and the need for markets for women in Red administrative area. I want to take this opportunity to ask Jane Gordon, Executive Director, South Sudan Women Entrepreneurs. Would like to know some of the lessons you have learned from successful women-led businesses in South Sudan, and how can mentorship, capacity building initiatives help scale this to success?
First of all, I wanted to thank CARE for inviting me for this important symposium to get the women and to hear from them, more especially like Rueng, which is very far from Juba. Now we are getting what is happening there. We really thank you, CARE, for this opportunity, and also for giving me a chance to talk about my organization and the activities we are doing. As I mentioned, I'm from South Sudan Women Entrepreneurs Association, which is a national organization, a profit organization, which is working with the women entrepreneurs and the women at the border and the SMEs in terms of East Africa. So let me just come brief and brief my organization. South Sudan Women Entrepreneurs and Cross-Border Traders Association was established in 2010 under the NGO Act, Government of South Sudan. SWARE is a non-profit organization which gives a platform for women in business or entrepreneurs, traders, and then also giving it has an envision business women to accessing enabling environment to promote access to finance and access to market and building their resilience among women and girls affected by conflict at that time when we started. So SWARE also is a membership-based organization which the women from all the states have to be members so that we can coordinate and give a chance for them to participate in business and other forums. Women in the private sector, like in all the countries in East Africa or beyond, women are in the most developed countries, women are promoting is a permanent players in the informal traders. You know that women, most of them, they are in the informal businesses because of the level they are in now. Most especially like in South Sudan, women informal traders, they are like 80% of the traders are all in this stage. Their age is between 20 and 45, and my age. They are doing businesses. Formally, you see that these women, they are the one taking care of their children, and you see that most of them are the headed family without husbands and widows. These are the category of the women who are working in this. I wanted to appreciate the director of gender from the Ministry of Gender and Child the state with what has said. Most of these women need a lot of support. I think the Rueng women presented all what is happening around South Sudan, even in Juba. I thank CARE with the support they are giving the women at Rueng, and also
Jen, I would like us to hear more about the experience on mentorship, capacity building, and how this can help us succeed moving forward.
Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, women, like I said, the women who, like, it needs a follow-up. It needs a follow-up, like now, you cannot leave the women of Ruwen like that. You have to follow up with them, to mentor them. Like, for example, one of the initiatives which we have done with UN Women before, they brought a consultancy firm from Ghana, and then this the consultant have trained us for 1 year, entrepreneurship and management skills, and then marketing. So they came the second year, they are following up us from different angles of Juba and even Western Equatoria and then Northern Barazan. The follow-up is to see how they improve their businesses. But if you train them and you leave them, there is nothing is going to happen, because you need to follow up with them. And the other thing is grants. Now the women have said in cooperatives, so women need to be organized in cooperatives, registered, and then you link them with some banks, like the Cooperative Bank and even the Alpha Bank, which are giving grants. So their initiative, what they are doing, like the savings, then you put the grants in the pool, so that most of them will get the loans. Because like my colleague, this lady has said, that they don't have collateral. Okay, if you don't have collateral, but if you are organized and you are in cooperative, the bank can link you or can give you loan, because now you are organized in groups and you are registered and your family can access loans from the bank. And then I will advise all the most of the NGOs like CARE, you put a grant or put something in that pool so that they can access. If 20 access this year, and then after 6 months, then others will also access. Then they will do what? They will improve their businesses, and then they can also start their businesses. This is what we wanted to take a way forward. Because most of the NGOs, they train women in business, management. Every time they are tired, my dear. Now they need functional things like the action of giving them finances, so that you can support them. Then you can, at the end, you can get an impact. Because if you train them and you leave them, they will not continue, because their responsibility at home, they will take the capital of the money. Their health is women, their education, women, food on the table, women. So it needs to gradually see them, like 2 years, then you can lead them when they have a strong power, so that they can continue to go ahead with their businesses. Maybe there's anything I can also. And then the other thing is the women need to be organized in sectors. Like when you are doing agriculture, don't mix it with clothes. You continue with one thing. Don't add clothes and then vegetables, and then again you can do another things which is not even rhyming. I'm saying so because access to market, which Swaya is doing, I take these women for exhibition and trade fairs. This is where the women can get access to market, information, experiences. So you see one person, one table, she has clothes, she has worker, she has what? Different types of clothes. So how can you sell this? That's why the women need to be organized in groups and in sectors. When you're doing agriculture, please do it agriculture. If you're doing clothing, do clothes. Because there's a time where we wanted the agricultural product to be separate, and then the clothing to be separate. Those who are doing honey or jam to be separate. But you see, one person has all this, and she cannot control, and even she don't know what to do. And then the other thing is ICT and the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Trade. We are working with ITC, International Trade Center, whereby we are selecting the products like fruits and vegetables. This is what is happening now. Right now, we have women who are specializing for fruits and vegetables. We just concentrate in fruits or vegetables. And then again, we have in this is for job creation, because if they do that, then at the end you will create a job. When you are selling, then people will get opportunity to get some more jobs. And then also we are working with Markup 2, the same thing, the EU support, which is now ongoing. This project is for East Africa. Now South Sudan, which we have to concentrate. I'm giving this opportunity to women so that they can concentrate. Now they wanted people who are doing coffee, Arabic, packaging materials, and then the other thing is, I forgot, but there are 4 products for South Sudan. These products need us like women to concentrate and do farming, because in future this product is going to be sell or to market to the EU groups like the European Union. So this is what is happening right now, and we're still going on with organizing and then going for this location where we can get the coffee and the tea and all this. So this is what is happening. And then the other thing which I wanted to say, SWARE is working with the World Bank for this project with the Ministry of Gender and the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Trade. And also at the border, we have women who are also working in trade, and we have a project with Trademark East Africa because of the border. The border, when we are now exporting, there is a rules and regulation at the border. So the women need to understand those rules, because when they're exporting or they're importing, they will have an idea how they can participate during this. This is all the market for the women. Thank you. If there's anything I would add.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your expression. We have noted the need for grants. We have noted the need for financial inclusion, having cooperative societies, banking systems to support women. Of importance is that training alone is not enough. We need mentorship to make sure that we are able to support the women continuously and provide grants for startup businesses. Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to welcome Helen. Helen, I would like us to look at what are some of the innovative ways approaches that could expand financial inclusion and empower women entrepreneurs in underserved areas. What are some of the innovative approaches could expand financial inclusion that can empower women entrepreneurs in underserved areas like Rwanda?
Thank you so much. I'm grateful for being part of this panel. I think this is my second time being invited by CARE to come and present some few things. So for Ryan, as I was listening to them, I feel the international NGOs, because it's like it's kind of a remote area. I've never reached there, but I'm imagining it. So for them to have better access to finance, what basically it will be the NGOs. I would suggest maybe the NGOs should come up maybe with a project for the women, especially like things like startup kits. You know, when a project is written, and then it's all about startup kits, and then you give it, you train these women, and when you train them, it really follow up is very important. I've been a community worker, so I know how it feels when you train and then you go away. So when you give a startup kit, you have to also go back. Because I'm saying this, we had one experience, I was working for one of the NGOs. We had this project for women associated with armed forces, and we trained them on livelihood, basically the catering part of it, Last year I went to one of the locations where we had already put even a semi-permanent structure. It wasn't existing. I think all the starter kits were even just distributed among themselves. So follow-up is very important when you give up a grant to a partner. And also giving out grants without interest, that is I think what I can also recommend for REN, because at the stage where women are, I don't think they can do bulky activities that can even bring them income and they can be able to pay back. What we need to do is continue mentoring them. We have to continue mentoring. Because like in my business, because I do tailoring and also I do bakery. So for the last 5 years, so far I can say we've graduated like 300. But among these 300, we always follow up those tailors. And if they fail to, if they get also complicated deals, they come back and we always help them, cutting for them with the measurement and we give them, okay, now go and sort this one. So we do follow them up. We have those successful ones, which we are proud to say that. And for the bakery, one has already started one in Mangui. Last week I was talking to her, and I think I can say I'm proud of it because I keep on calling, how far, and if she's having some issues, I always follow up. So follow up, mentoring, coaching should be a continuous thing when we give out our funds and grants to our partners.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from Joy. Joy, maybe you can make a comment on the innovative approaches to expand financial inclusion, and also you can make a comment on your vision for the future of women entrepreneurs in South Sudan.
Thank you once again. Hello everyone, good afternoon. Empowerment. When you hear the word empower, what comes into your mind? May I know one thing for sure? When someone says empower, that means I need to be confident about myself. How many people today when they were coming here, how many people told themselves, I am beautiful? How many people told themselves, I am great? How many? Only 2 people? 3? 4? So the rest of you didn't have any motivation, you see? So empowerment is about being confident with yourself. Again, I go by the name Joy, and I got my confidence from 2 ladies by the name Sarah Balus and Sandra Aguto. These ladies are businesswomen, and when I first came to Juba, I first looked around and I looked at girls my age. Most of them had kids, and one of them was telling me, when are you getting married? And I'm like, I can't even, I'm a kid, I can't get married. How is that possible? They're like, no, don't worry, someone will take care of you. I said, who? Now you'll get someone who will marry you. But I was like, no, I'm not ready for that life. I'm not ready to be begging someone for something, yet I can do it myself with my 2 hands, with my 2 eyes, my 2 ears, my 2 hands. So every day when I leave the house, I have a younger cousin and I tell her, you're beautiful, you're confident, you can do it. Whatever you set your mind to, you can do it. And that's the same confidence these 2 women gave me. So they started up an entity called Sip and Shop. It's an elegant exhibition thing. We've had about her contributing to a lot of exhibitions. So this exhibition has been happening now at Affect. This is the 15th edition. And let me not overstep this, but he told us what innovative approaches could expand financial inclusion and empower women entrepreneurs in underserved areas. Okay, now Sip and Shop, we've been working closely with other entities such as Standard Bank. Alpha Bank has now joined us. We've also worked with UNDP, we've worked with Save the Children. We have also worked with GHPAGO. This GHPAGO has really helped us, especially for the women in WOW. Now, my partner there has a sanitary pad in my bag. It's a reusable sanitary pad. Can you imagine? A woman in Torit, wow, she made reusable pads, but she could not package it. So we brought them all the way from Wau to Juba so that they can show this packaging. Can you please show them? So these are reusable pads. But then the packaging itself were the ones that helped them brand it. So with Sip and Shop, when you come to us, we not only help you with branding, but we help you with better brand visibility. You understand? We're no longer talking anymore, Haja. You get? So the clothes, the earrings, the what, we don't chase them. All you have to do is make sure your brand is shining. You know, your brand is seen there. I'm going to invite a lady, sorry to also cut you short, so she can give you a proper inspiration. Mrs. Sawa Suzy is the CEO and the founder of Maridi Honey Organics. This is a South Sudanese home-based product. They were nominated as the best SME startup on a duration of 11 to 12 months. Can you imagine? These are people who are not only representing South Sudan, but globally, internationally. Can we give them a hand of applause? Honestly. She's too shy to talk. I don't know why. Does anyone want to give her a microphone? Just 5 seconds. I want to give you guys a raw example of what other women are doing here. Stand up for yourself. Get to know your uniqueness.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Salwa Suzy, and I am the Regional Director for Maridi Organics. Maridi Organics is a South Sudanese brand, and we come from the lush green forests of Maridi in the Western Equatorial State. If you haven't been, please visit. It's very beautiful over there. So we specialize in the production of pure organic honey. We do wild coffee, we do hibiscus, and then we also produce the byproducts of the 3 raw materials, of which we get skincare products from it, so 90% organic skincare, we have 90% organic hair care products, and then we have wellness products as well. They are all sourced and made in South Sudan, and we've been actively in the market for 11 months now, and we've been able to impact lives within South Sudan, in Uganda, Kenya, and now entering Europe. So,
A bigger hand of applause for guys. This is energy, big time energy. Thank you so much, Salwa. And moving forward to our 2025 targets is working on market lineage. We're working on making sure women have better sales, they boost confidence. We want to have women who are financially literate. That's why we're working closely with such organizations. So I want you, most of the women here, even men, don't shy away. You can come and join the Sip and Shop entity. Get to see what's happening down there. Get to see how people interact. We usually bring top caliber speakers, such as Honorable Modi, the mayor. She for one of our Financial Literacy Academy by Stanbic Bank. I hope I'll one very soon. We look forward to that. And yeah, so we're working on market linkage, SMEs expanding, growth of businesses, furthermore selling of products. When our vendors come to us, it just doesn't stop at exhibiting their products there. We also make sure we take your products to Phoenicia. That's how Phoenicia also gets such products. So we move you, we make sure we push you out there. Also, we export from other states to the main capital. Case study of the women farmers that participated in our 14th edition from Torit. So when we brought these women here, they didn't come with just pads, they also came with their vegetables. And guess what now? They're the suppliers of Aflex. Wow. Are you seeing? And it was all about branding. It's all about putting your name there, small details, your contact. Even if someone, this can actually help me, you know? So this is, we teach you guys how to brand also. And Ms. Salwa has also talked about cross-border trading. Maridi Organics has also been there. They're in Uganda, they're in Nairobi. So if you walk and you see Maridi, just know you sat next to the CEO, okay? Yeah, don't shy away. And we are also planning to move you guys internationally as well. And would really want some assistance and support on tax breaks, please. We usually have these financial literacy trainings, but most of our women don't know their labor rights. They don't know to even have, how does a set of documents that include constitution, legislation, regulations, contracts, people are just working but you don't even have a contract. So what's there to show this proof? Stand for yourself, okay? Don't just work there and then later on when they ask you, oh, what happened? Where is the proof to show? You understand? Accessing natural resource revenue, tax administration, must be a review, sorry. Sorry, hello, I'm just trying to cut all these words short. So everyone who's online right now, please get online. If you have Instagram, type Sip and Shop Juba, Sip and Shop London. It's a classy but social yet gathering session. We always try and make sure our girls are feeling themselves but at the same time serious about business. So thank you so much.
We have had an opportunity to hear from all our panelists. I still want to leave the last outlook and sustainability open for any final remarks from any of the panelists to make a comment about innovative approaches that could expand financial inclusion and women empowerment. And then I'll also want you to make final remarks on your vision for the future of women entrepreneurs in South Sudan. Quick remarks, half a minute each. Where do we start? Anyone wants to start? Sure.
As I mentioned before, the corporate social responsibility that's always in each company at least, the one that since we're partnering with Stanbic, they came up with a dignity sanitary drive, which we have been able to donate to 2,000 girls. About 200 pads were still coming up. So if in case you're interested, please motivate the girls, because when a girl knows herself and she knows her hygiene, she's able to protect herself and not able to engage in things that would endanger her. When a girl is confident about herself, she would order to be at the razin urujala request lenefsusa. So at the end of the day, it's all about empowering your young girl.
Thank you very much. I have a very quick also comment. I think I heard from my colleague also about the variety of the products done by the women in different business. I just recently came out from Asia. There's something called upcycling and recycling. Any products are very important. Whether you can make upcycling or recycling, very important for the women. We shouldn't let them down not to produce what they can do. Then there's something also very important, which I'd like to make it very clear. I think it's a very good time for me to be hearing what's happening here. I think the government will need to have a special consideration to the women to lower tax, because I heard from here. If a woman business, any business run by a woman, the tax should be lower. That's something also we need to do together, maybe with other colleagues in different places. Then we talk of something, legal aid. Some others, women business, they are unable to pay the fee. See, in case of maybe registration, other thing, government, we have the Directorate of Legal Aid in the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. If you have such challenges, please come forward or talk to me, and we can link you up so you can be served freely. And then the last one, which is very important for us, we need to engage our member of parliament. So when we talk about the issues of women, we have the voice of people there, and we have other civil society, so that the issue become our own issues, not the personal issues. Again, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I had also had in mind something of like saying the government needs to step in for the women, especially in the areas of taxes. Now, he has already talked about it. I think that's already well taken. Also, I was really suggesting, I feel most of our men are still, sorry to say, but like stone age, because they are the ones discouraging the women. Like, what?
they don't value still women around. Yeah, that's what I feel, especially those ones at the government level. I have come across very many encounters. So I feel if you have the power, you can initiate something, sensitize those government officials, yeah, the government officials on the importance of women in the development. Because I know we do a lot as women. So, and for the women, please, hard work is the motto. When you work hard, however much challenges you've been facing, you will overcome it. Never give up. Because I'm saying this like this current economic crisis has not been easy, especially in my business. But I have moved on and I feel I'm breaking it already. So hard work is the motto. Don't give up that I cannot not do this one. I buy this. You have to adjust accordingly. As today, you know, we now work on the black market. So whereby when they tell you this, you also have to adjust. And when customer comes, you need to explain that. So don't give up. Just work hard and you will be able to succeed.
Yeah, thank you. The product I forgot is leather for South Sudan. I want to talk about the taxation. I think the women need to know, to understand what taxes is. You know, it means that if there is any training, you call the city council so that they can come, or the local government and the city council to come and train the women about the importance of paying their taxes. Let them understand and let them accept that there is taxes, so that also they know which taxes are visible for them to pay. Then I have something for young girls or ladies. It's my prayer that I'm very excited to see the young ones accept to grow and develop their businesses. We shall continue to encourage them and mentor them so that they can grow mature in their businesses venture. Thank you so much.
Very much. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. My visit to Care International and to all the angels in South Sudan. Encourage the women so that you can empower the women. Because المرأة القوية بترفع البيت. أنا بقول بترفع البيت ليه؟ لأنه المرأة الوحيدة هي شغالة في مكان لو كان شغالة في المنظمات، لو كان شغالة في الحكومة، يعني البنفيت بتاعه كلها بترجع للبيت، والبنفيت بتاعه كلها بترجع للكوميونتي بتاعها. فعشان كده أننا لازم نشجع النسوان في التجارة بتاعنا. الرسالة ده أنا بدي لكل الرجال بتاع جنوب السودان وكمان لناس كير عشان يقدروا يعملوا سبورت للولايات والتري ادمنستريتيف. برضو ان احنا كنساء في روريل برضو بنعاني من حاجة من اويل. يعني الاويل ده عمل لنا ايفكت. يعني النساء بتولد عيال، يعني جينا ممكن يولدوا خليج، يعني ممكن يجينا يكون عنده قرعة واحد ما في، ولا ممكن يجينا يولدوا مثلا بطنه كبير. يعني عندنا حاجات زي ده في روريل. فعشان كده انا بناشد المنظمات انه يكونوا يقفوا مع النساء. برضه بناشد ناس كير انه يعملوا سبورت للنساء خاصة في التجارة. لأنه في التجارة خاصة في الأجريكالتشر، لأنه الأجريكالتشر ياهو ذكي بتاع النجاح بتاع النساء في جنوب السودان، خاصة في منطقة الريف. لأنه النساء كلها بتعتمد على الزراعة، حتى لو راجل فيه ولا ما فيه أنت بتزرع. لأنه نحن بنقول مثلا العرب بنزرع مما ناكل، لو أنت زرعت بتاكل منه وبتستفيد منه. فعشان كده أنا بناشد كل المنظمات في جنوب السودان إنه يساهموا في تشجيع المرأة عشان المرأة تكون قوية. Thank you.
I would like to do a wrap-up of the discussion. We started policy and regulatory framework from Olani. We have learned that there is lack of legal framework for women and girls that protect women and girls, especially the family law. There is a gap in family law, and Olani has called for a family law that protects women and girls. There is lack of equal participation and the gender role at workplace and in businesses, and we are calling upon the participation of more women at workplace. There is also a gap in terms of contract management, not knowing their rights about the workplace and the type of contracts they sign, or some work without contracts. There is also an issue of housing, land and property, where women are not allowed to own property, and this can be a barrier to their businesses. The regulatory frameworks are supposed to be geared towards addressing these gaps. There is also a gap in taxation, and where women do not understand most of the taxation laws that exist, and there is need for capacity building around taxation and taxation law. So whenever you are building capacity, it is important that you bring on board tax people to come and explain this. We have also learned that there is need for collaboration in government, and this is coming from Honorable Nyabol, that the need for collaboration, we need to work with government, we need to work in partnership. And the key role that the government can play is about establishing infrastructure that can support women entrepreneurs. Part of the infrastructure is setting aside land for markets and establishing marketplaces that can help women work without a challenge of running away from the city council, and also having a designated place that they can call a market to promote their products. So these are the sentiments that we have received from Honorable Nyabol. We have also learned that we still have challenges and lessons learned, that we have been, yes, doing trainings, but when we do trainings and we leave our women, they are not able to continue. So the women, especially the executive director from SWER, has called upon the partners and everybody supporting women to ensure continuous training, mentorship and coaching and follow-up to see that these women are supposed to be able to stabilize. And it takes more than 1 day training or 1 week training. We have also learned that you cannot train women without giving them a grant. So it is important that whenever you are factoring women entrepreneurship and support, we factor in grants that can help them start up some small businesses. We heard from one of our panelists that the grants, and this is from Helen Foni, that these grants should not be coming with an interest. So there is a call that we get interest-free grants, as much as women are able to go and borrow loans, but the interest rate is high, they may not be able to afford. So we are calling upon an interest, either a lower interest rate or interest-free grants that can support our women. We are calling upon collaboration with the formation of cooperative societies so that women can be able to pull resources together, and this is one of the lessons we have been able to learn. We have also learned that collaboration with the banks is key in the success of the businesses. So more collaboration, more collaboration. We have learned from SWER executive director that it is good to specialize. We are not supposed to run multiple businesses that are able to drain our energy. We are not able to focus. And the amount of energy and resources required to market multiple products is a lot. So concentrating on a few is easy to help you access the markets. We have also had such examples from Joy Dule. Joy has given us examples of specialization in honey and being able to access the export market. As we wrap up, we have looked at the role of ICT and technology in supporting women entrepreneurs, and so there's need to collaborate in establishing infrastructure, and this could be all the way from mobile banking technologies that could enable communication and marketing and access to markets. So as we wrap up, this is some of the things that we've heard from our panel, and as I wrap up, we have heard from Helen Foni that we still have a challenge in terms of social norms, where our families and men do not really approve the women running businesses. Sometimes the businesses run late or they are at workplace late. And so there's need for understanding and more awareness that should come from both ends, that women deserve some chance and deserve the space to run their businesses and to do work. So with these few remarks, I would like to turn to the audience and ask if you have any questions, specific questions to the panelists. If it is a general question, any panelist will be able to pick it up. Any questions from the audience? No question?
Thank you very much. My name is James Shalavadia. I work for WFP.
Thank you very much. I'm also a microphone. My name is James Shalavadia, and you know, hearing from Kila, I got impressed with the work you guys are doing and the numerous challenges that you go through to make sure that the business thrives. And also hearing from the marine product something, I'm sorry to put it that way. You know, one quick question that I may have for you. So much as you have talked about your supporters, your sponsors like Jopego and others, what opportunities are you seeing as the Kila or as that company called the SHIP? It's called a SHIP, no? Exactly. As a SHIP to leverage and use the available, you know, opportunities from within the country, as we have agencies here that may likely support. What opportunities do you see to make sure that you tap the available resources that we have within the country? This is number one. Number two, what challenges as young people doing this business, what challenges do you face from your people, maybe at home or even within the society? What challenges do you face as young ladies doing the business? Thank you.
Thank you once again. True, Sip and Shop Juba, when it was first initiated, it was a woman-led initiative, mainly to give women confidence about their own uniqueness, to tap their own feminine energy, and then on top of that, make money off it. When a woman loves clothes, you'll find her sewing clothes, right? She can use that skill to pass it down to her kids, and her kids pass it down later to the rest. When we partner with these other entities, it's mainly for them to gain, okay, I'm going to, since you asked the challenges, right? I'll tell you the challenge and how we've been able to find a solution for them. One is receiving payments in a timely manner. Most of these women, they don't have shops of their own. So most of them, they conduct online e-commerce sales because they're trying to run away from taxes. Cases about city council, you have 20 to 40 offices, and you don't know where to approach. So you're trying to avoid all that. People are trying to take advantage of the technology now, especially us. So even right now, I can start a business because of nails, and I just go online and I post it. Who's going to tax me on that? No one, right? So there we've already solved our challenge, us as young people. But the only problem now is we can't just put your nails on a social media platform and think they're going to sell. So what we have to do is we have to partner with other people that are keen with brand visibility, such as Momo Pay. We are having vendors who are having issues with bulk payments. When I mean bulk payments, I mean heavy transactions. So you might find your Momo card is just not a Momo card. It can't accept more than 50,000 SSP. So we encourage our vendors to open merchant accounts. A merchant is also called seller in business terms. So a merchant account helps you to even have more access, you understand, to transactions. And also you might be in Torit, someone is in Juba, you can send it. So are you seeing, we're trying to create an opportunity of them to have seamless transactions without any insecurity issues. Those are one opportunities that I've seen. We are also planning to expand Sip and Shop Juba to other counties. So we already have Sip and Shop Juba, Sip and Shop London. So in case we might also expand to Sip and Shop Wow, Sip and Shop Yay, just to show motivation of how other people are doing it in their own states to other countries. It's all about confidence. That's what I know. So if you give a woman, you know, women serve the country in a different way. Men serve the country in a more, you know, all that heavy skill. But a woman serves the country in a more gentle way because the nature is part of us and us were part of nature. So whatever is around us, we try to utilize that and give it back. So we encourage a lot of uniqueness. So if you're to come to our exhibitions, we make sure these women have gone through feedbacks. They just don't come there, you just don't find them coming on the tables. There's a process these ladies undergo. We educate them. It's just not a matter of coming, selling your things there. We educate them, we make sure we push them. Even the pop-up, we give them literacy, financial. How we're tired of this training, you put it in a book. That's what they say. But if you want to learn, you must, because knowledge is one thing that's not taken away from you. Someone can take this cloth from me, but they can't take the knowledge away from me. So I'm just going to encourage you guys not to feel like discouraged about the training sessions. But you might learn one thing, but tomorrow another, and it just amounts and amounts. And the next thing you know, you're doing a vision board of where I want to travel, what I want to eat, what I want to spend my money on, how many kids do I want, what type of wedding. We give them motivation. Thank you. Sorry for taking your time.
Any other question?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Susan Akwaj from Rural Administrative Area. I don't remember the exact year, I guess between 2021 and 22, CARE had provided some funds, giving people like capital to start up some small-scale businesses. But after some time, I got to know that some of these businesses, they collapsed. And I guess it was due to mismanagement. So I wanted to know if there is a follow-up, whether from the ministry in partnership with the organization, which is CARE, on how like the businesses are still going. And I also want to know which is put on them, and I also like want to know.
2022, I was not a minister, and the Minister of Gender was under education. Minister of Gender is become independent 2023. And I think I can pass the question to DG. Maybe you will know a bit because was a DG since 2021 or 2020. Yeah.
The DG? The mic to the DG? Is not it?
Thank you very much. I'm Paul Cardino.
the DG for Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare. So to answer your question on the follow-up with the organizations and also the setting of the groups, maybe you heard of collapse, but I'm not sure that there are businesses that are collapsed. Because seeing the establishment of the BCLA group, there's nothing came to our office like there's something collapsed. There's nothing like that. They are all successful, and that's why you see the finalists before they talk about this. They were only talking of successes, but the pure challenge that we have, they are there. We have challenges, especially the startup business, like to find the capital is the issue. With that's the really challenge that we are having. You find sometimes they say yes, they are interested to join the business, okay, to come to the market. But if we cannot provide capital, it's difficult. And if you also look at the situation of our country, you know, the whole civil servants are having like one year without payment. So to support such business, where will the government get the capital to give to these women who want to join the market? You find the situation is really, really very challenging. Otherwise, if I have answered you, you take it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the next question.
Thank you. Mine is not a question, but acknowledgement and appreciation for what CARE is cared for. You see, particularly the partners, what they're doing outside, we don't know. And this symposium today has brought us to learn more things of what other partners are doing, particularly to the beneficiaries at the ground. So CARE, you have done a lot. We've seen the achievements, even we can see the picture, how much that old woman is holding. Me as a government official, I don't have that money even on my head. Now, the panelists, okay, the panelists, particularly the young lady, congratulations, bravo. They are using natural herbals. You see, when you're using the nature, and that is spirit, encouraging not to end only, maybe in marine, but that knowledge of herbalists, I think you should empower, as we've been talking about, empower the women of Southern Sudan, because most of now people rely on herbalists, live about these medicines manufactured commercially, whereby you get typhoid, after 2-3 weeks again you go to, you know, for me I use herbalists, like this natural honey. It is a herbal, is a medicinal honey. Therefore, I go back to that lady who talked about men. You know, there's an organization called Men Engage. Don't let your counterpart to fail. Honestly, I'm telling you, I have learned, empower women financially, sometimes we are empowered even to do GBV in the family. That is true. So, when you have been empowered, your counterpart as a man, I mean as a man in the house, please, I think you should have a common understanding. Bring him up. This thing I've been seeing even in our communities. A woman working with you and getting dollars. Ha! My friend, otherwise. So that is not good. I'm appealing particularly for our dear women. I know feminism is now coming serious. If you are being empowered, it's not that competition is not good. Don't compete. Even among you women, you are competing. This thing I've seen, I'm a director for gender. There are so many cases about women, and there are so many cases about family issues, GBV, domestic violences. Sometimes we blame men. But when we try to assess, we say no. Because of the nature and the uniqueness, but these days if you challenge a woman, is a problem on her neck. But sometimes we in the midst of gender, we are not to what is called divorce, but we want to harmonize the family. But most of the women, when they get money, I have a legal advice there. Therefore, my advice is not waste time. When you are empower even your male counterpart, so that you can build a very good family, a family community, a community with a forward for a good society. But if you are being empowered, you not to cause GBV and domestic violence, which means you are dooming the nation even itself, who will be able to bring these children. Therefore, that's my appeal. Let us work all together. Gender means not only women, gender means both sex. But if the roles comes there, the roles equals. Therefore, I'm asking you come together with the men. If you see, it doesn't mean that men they're superior than women. A woman sometimes, maybe she's better than a man. My wife sometimes is better. When I'm going wrong, say no, that's not good. I accept. So therefore, it's good. Let us come all together to build this nation. And thank you, take care to have organized this symposium whereby we have learned different aspects of women, of transforming the lives of women through access to a lot of things today. I think I have learned from here. Thank you very much. Go ahead through empowering women as what you have been here, what you have been hearing from them. Again, I'm going back to the government. It should be the government of Japan. Don't blame the government. I'm telling the truth. Things will change. We should have hope. Rome was not built within a day. Things will change. That's why if all of us will leave the work from the government, what about our people? I think we are better than even with those organizations. We are better. 11 years, imagine. 11 months, 1 year, no salary. But we are working for the sake of humanity. Because I work for Women Empowerment Center. One meeting.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm Garang James Paul. I work for Women Empowerment Center South Sudan, one of the care partners. We work with the excluded group of women and girls to empower them economically, also provide state social transport. Now, I have one question which also goes to the ministry. In the previous years, I've been seeing some advertisement online on women and youth empowerment programs that are directed through the ministry. And I have a question of if there are grants that are directed for youth and women empowerment and they are directed online, how do the grassroots women assess those grants who have no capacities to read and write, but have the capacity to engage in small-scale businesses that can empower them economically? So that question has been a concern in my mind, and I thought when you are in the state, you cannot hear about such empowerment program from the ministries in the state. So which ministries can be able to extend those programs to the counties and the grassroots women will be able to access? So if they are only online, I hope that are meant for a specific group of women, which at least the most vulnerable women at the grassroots will not access.
Thank you. I would like to know who should respond to your question. Something specific? You want someone specific to answer that? Yes. Say no one was a response. Go ahead.
I'm not responding, but I have just from the family that they have not mentioned adult education.
I need somebody.
So it's supposed to be part of the policies that we are supposed to be.
Thank you very much, my dear listeners. And I think we have to look how you can question. Because sometimes you make a question, you make a statement. Again, you conclude. Please make it open. Let us answer to you. Ask a question, don't make a comment. If you make a comment, let it be a comment. This is something very clear. And on what I'm sorry to mention, Honorable Minister is still new in that process. When I send you back to the peace agreement we have, there's a chapter for the fund for women empowerment and for the youth empowerment. And I'm talking now, some of you are youth. We have been doing the political youth parties. There's also a grant of funds through the Ministry of Youth and Sport. If you're a female or you're a girl and you're among the youth, the money is there for any project you want to do. The same with the women. And that one should be right to the national minister. And I don't know whether for the state minister you are aware. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think you have answered. I just wanted to say that this grant, this is the enterprise funds for women and youth. It came with the fertilized agreement. And for us, the women who have not got it, the Minister of Gender worked with the paper and it's taken to the parliament. So up to now, we have not got anything. We're still complaining. Wanted to see that money. Thank you.
Thank you. We are taking the last question, and please let us summarize.
Yeah, mine is not a question, but it's an appreciation to the panelists who are doing business. And to my young daughter, thank you for your hard work. I want to say that there's a very big network of adolescent young girls and women, which is registered in South Sudan and is comprised of the women survivors of GBV and then women living with HIV. So they were taken through the mentorship and then the training on entrepreneurship, but it's not enough. So my appeal goes to the director of SWEA and our little girl, that you have your peers who are registered and they are here, they don't like to talk about themselves, but they will come and knock your doors so that they get more skills from the entrepreneurship so that they will grow. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. I want us to appreciate the panel. She has already closed and thanked the panel, so we cannot open more questions.
One thing, very important. Just 1 second, not a minute. It's very important. Thank you for my sons. I'm not supposed to be a doctor, but again, to be honest, South Sudanese, when you get out here, you blame a lot of things, as my brother said, from the government. If there's something facing you, because you cannot be cooperating with something without a government policy. If something doubting you, setting the business, challenges, other thing, is your opportunity. You cannot beat me again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. So let us use this opportunity to interact and ask more questions. The panel will still be here with us. We want to cut short this session. We want to clap for our panel as they take back their seats. Thank you so much for your time. We will interact again. Take your seats, please. As they take their seats, we are talking about financial inclusion. My next panel is a panel of the bank representatives that are here. They may want just to say one word about financial inclusion and their innovative approach towards financial inclusion. I'll give them 30 seconds each. Any banking institutions, representatives from the bank, you may want to step forward. We are still looking at the innovation as we wrap up. Any banking institutions? Thank you. Anyone from the banking institution? 1 minute. About your innovation.
Good afternoon. My name is Samson Tenwe from Accra Commercial Bank. My managing director was earlier here, and she alluded to many other products that we have. We are a development financial institution, and we would like to invite you all to come and open accounts with us, and we shall be able to link you up with our financial services, both in the bank and in the rural locations through our mobile applications and through mobile telecom more services. From
recent exhibition where our cooperatives were showcasing their products. We had prepared them, we had taken through them through the process of marketing. We also did the same in Bujumbura last year. But for me, one thing that stood out is, there was a question on when the exhibitors were coming in South Sudan, what is really good in South Sudan. But I can tell you this, by the time they were going back, everybody was very, very impressed. So I want to bring hope that it is a journey. It doesn't start and end in one day. The fact that the region believed in South Sudan and they came and I think from 8 countries, SOYA led by Madam Jen did a fantastic job. They came to South Sudan. There have never been any other exhibition in South Sudan. And by the time the exhibitors were leaving, because I actively also engaged with them, they all said South Sudan was the best. In terms of hosting, in terms of the way it was organized, and South Sudanese people actually bought. They were amazed. People say people here don't have money, but they were like, wow, people spent. And as people, we love good things. So lesson learned is that number one, that exposure was very, very important because our people were able to showcase their products. They were able to learn from the region on how they market their products, how they package, how they interact with the buyers, how they promote their things out there, and for me that was a great eye-opener. So keep going. It doesn't start and finish today. It is a journey, but we are on the right path, and I'm very happy with the panel that was here. This young lady who just talked great. I mean, have hope. We are heading there. It is slow, but we are surely heading there. So well done.
Any other financial institutions? Yeah, for women who wants to showcase their products at the end of the year, next year, feel free to come to SWARE to register so that you can travel to East Africa to showcase your product and sell. Thank you.
Thank you. Mobile money companies that would like to say something about your financial inclusion, please. Please. Could you please make it fast?
Thank you so much. My name is Gord David. I work for M. Grush. It's a great pleasure to be here as one of the first mobile money in South Sudan. One of our services, when we started, at that time there was corona outbreak was there. So we introduced a way where people can pay electricity through M. Grush. We also made it easy for someone to transfer money, whether you're within Juba or outside Juba. You can send money, and you can also send money across the region. You can also pay for goods and services. So the SMEs which are here, I'm encouraging you, you can open your merchant line and be able to do transaction freely. Now with women, we are delighted to tell you that we are the first to open something called M-Sanduk. M-Sanduk allow women to create a virtual Sanduk that can help you, save money and send money to your members. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. take this opportunity to thank everyone who has participated, and I'm handing over back to LC. I want to hand over to Care to take us through the next step. Thank you.
Go back to the podium. Hi, my name is Mindy Rodner. I'm the Deputy Country Director of Programs for Care. So we have reached the end of our symposium, and the afternoon has been very exciting, very engaging. It was quite surprising, and it's joyful to see. So thank you, everyone, esteemed guests, panelists, and participants for coming today, for coming in the morning, staying for the afternoon. I know there's a temptation to leave after lunch. Thank you for staying. As we conclude this National Symposium for Women, Peace, and Security, I want to take a moment to reflect on the journey that brought us here. The symposium is not a standalone event, but a continuation of our shared commitment to advancing financial inclusion and gender equality in South Sudan. Our speakers today have delivered inspiring and energizing addresses that set a powerful tone. And it is heartening to see that the same excitement and momentum have carried through to the end of the event. This collective energy is a testament to our shared dedication to creating meaningful change. On the 8th of March of 2024, earlier this year, on International Women's Day, we also hosted another event called Call for Collective Action, the financial inclusion of women and girls in South Sudan. We laid the foundation for today's discussions there. That event sparked vital conversations and highlighted the urgency of addressing feminized poverty and empowering women financially. Building on that momentum, today we have gone a step further, focusing on some actionable strategies and partnerships that can create lasting change. And so today we have explored the systemic barriers women face in accessing financial resources and innovative solutions that can help overcome these challenges. But we've also heard some inspiring, powerful stories from businesswomen in Wau and Pariang and other parts of South Sudan, whose resilience and determination are an inspiration to us all. Their voices, combined with the insights from our esteemed panelists, have brought to light critical themes that must guide our future efforts. These include collaborative partnerships, multi-sectoral collaborations between government, private sector, and civil society is essential to dismantling structural barriers and fostering inclusive economic growth. Innovative financial tools, leveraging technology and innovation such as mobile money and tailored financial products is vital for expanding financial access to underserved communities. And gender-responsive policies. Policymakers must prioritize creating an enabling environment for women entrepreneurs by addressing these collateral requirements, revising interest rates, and ensuring equitable access to financial services and financial literacy. Equipping women with the skills and knowledge to navigate financial systems is a fundamental step towards achieving financial inclusion. Results in these efforts will remove many systemic barriers that these women are facing. It will allow these businesswomen to run as far as they can in the work that they do. I am pleased to share that these series of sessions will culminate in development of a comprehensive policy recommendation paper by CARE. This document will translate the rich discussions and ideas shared today into actionable strategies, driving impactful outcomes for the women of South Sudan. As we move forward, let us carry the energy and commitment from today into our work. Together, we can transform the lives of women in South Sudan by creating pathways for financial empowerment and inclusive development. Let us not only envision change, but also act boldly to make it a reality. I extend my deepest gratitude to our panelists, moderators, and each one of you for your active participation and invaluable contributions contributions. Your dedication reinforces our collective vision for South Sudan, where women are not just participants, but leaders in driving economic transformation. Thank you once again for your unwavering commitment and contributions. I look forward to seeing the outcomes of today's discussion translated into meaningful action, and I wish you continued success in your efforts, a pleasant evening ahead, and a lovely tea and snacks in the back. Thank you very much. And with that, we're closed.
Yes. And a big round of applause to Hilda.
Ini siapa?
I'm here to remind you there's some tea. Please have some tea at the back.